Jeffrey Kelly, the outgoing MNA for this riding. He's projected to be the winner in this riding. No surprise here, Jacques Cartier, a Liberal stronghold on the West Island of Montreal. We're also looking at Richmond. André Bachand, a former Conservative MP running for the CAQ. He is in the lead so far. 6 out of 211 polls reporting. In Saguenay, Danielle McCann, potentially a health minister if the CAQ forms the next government, in the lead so far. 406 votes. Alain Terrien, the incumbent. And Vimont, this might be a bit of surprise. Michel Reeves in the lead for the CQ so far, holding off Jean Roussel from the Liberals. Vimont is typically a Liberal stronghold, but again, still very early. Viau, France Benjamin, Montreal City Councillor, is in the lead so far, 417 votes. Jenny Gaspard for the CAQ in second place. In Saint-François, this is flipped between the Parti québécois and the Liberals. So far, the Liberals in the lead. Charles Poulain, 162 votes. 4 out of 203 polls reporting, but still very early in this process. Jonquière, Sylvain Gaudreau, Parti québécois. He's had this riding since 2007. He was the interim leader at one point. He is in the lead so far, 4 of 153 polls reporting. All these numbers coming in very early. I suspect you'll be back at me
very quickly, I think. Yeah, I think so too.
I won't go anywhere.
And okay, don't, please. We call him Sean the Google Henry because it's all up there in his brain. We need you tonight, Sean. Take a look at this board here. CAQ up to 27 now. The Liberals now into double digits, but they are out of the gates, the CAQ, very, very quickly. Again, it's very early, and we can't say, we can't emphasize that enough, but they're already at 39% popular vote and up to 27 now on the leaderboard. So very good night, very good start to the night for the CAQ. So where are they making gains? Let's take a look at the regions. How are they doing in Laval? How's everyone doing in Laval?
Laval, the island just north of Montreal, is considered a Liberal stronghold. The CAQ was hoping they might get one seat. Look at it, it's turning light blue. So, as you say, early going, but let's take a look at the riding of St. Rose in Laval. It's not one poll reporting, it's 12 polls reporting, and Christopher Skeet, the CAQ candidate, has a lead. But what's really significant is, as I say, Liberal strongholds near Montreal, which is where the Liberals have their strength, flipping over the CAQ. That's important.
All right, thanks a lot, Nancy. Eric Grenier, vote change. What's that looking like right now?
It's pretty dramatic at this stage. Let's take a look at those numbers right away. We have the CAQ now. They're up 17 points to 39.6%. Again, we are early. It would be remarkable if they hold that number. No poll at the end of the campaign showing them anywhere close to that. But you can see the Liberals down significantly, down 12 points to under 30%. If that number holds, that would be the worst performance in that party's history. The same goes for the PQ, down 9 points to under 17%. Very weak showing for them so far. And Quebec Solidaire, they're up 3 points, but only right now at 10.7%. I think that would be a little bit less than what their hopes are for this evening, but still lots of ballots to be counted.
Yeah, still just showing one seat at this point for QS. Yeah, a slow start for them, definitely. The results still coming in very quickly, Sean. So
yeah, they are
over to
coming in fairly quickly. So let's get to more boards for you tonight. We're looking at the riding of Bordura, Simon Jolin Barrette, in the lead so far by 170 votes. Again, he won this riding by 99 last time, hoping for a better score this time. So far, he is in the lead. We're also looking at results from Rimouski. Harold Lebel, this is a PQ stronghold. The Parti québécois really hoping to hold on to this seat tonight. Harold Lebel, the incumbent, in the lead so far. We're also looking at the riding of Les Plaines. This is a new riding in the Laurentians. And Lucie Lecourt, Chamber of Commerce president, former journalist in that region. She's running for the CAQ and hoping to take that seat for the CAQ. So far, she is in the lead with those early polls reporting, probably advanced polls, Deborah.
All right, thanks a lot, Sean. Now, we've got reporters right across the province tonight at the 4 main party headquarters as well. Cathy Senays in Quebec City with the CAQ, and she is with Martin Koskinen, Chief of Staff of François Legault and the CAQ. So things are looking pretty good out of the gates right now, Cathy.
That's a good question, Deborah. Exactly. It's a good start, and we can see some smile. People are arriving. So how do you see the beginning of the evening?
But it's a good start, but we can take nothing for granted. It's the only few boxes, only a few polls. So we can take nothing for granted. To win in Quebec against a Liberal machine, it's a big task.
Oh, yeah. because the volunteers of the CQ, you exist since 7 years, so it's a big task ahead.
It's a big task, and the Liberal machine is a powerful machine. They've been in power for 15 years, so we're taking nothing for granted, but we can feel tonight that there's a feel for change.
Martin, can I ask you, I've been with you, the campaign boss of the CQ, for the whole week, and the feeling was quite good, the mood was quite good, and then today, Mr. Legault was quite anxious.
But I mean, after 39 days, and you're powerless on the last day. You can't do anything. You're just waiting for results. So that makes him anxious. Mr. Legault is a guy of action. So today he had to wait. He had to wait for results, and it makes you anxious.
Well, all the best tonight. Get back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Cathy. So as we said earlier, the CAQ out of the gates quickly tonight, right now showing a 33 on the leaderboard, so doing quite nicely. But while we're leaning potentially towards a CAQ government at this point, because they are so far out ahead, can they get to that magic 63 number?
Well, let's take a look at how much of a challenge it will be, because there's still lots of seats to still report. But they're right now leading and elected in 34. Now, if we add to that the seats that they won or they held at the last time Quebecers voted, they still have a big gap. They still have 19. So they're still about 29 seats short of that magic number. But there's 70 seats to come. So they only need to win 29 of those. So it does look like they're off to the races on this one. Still a long ways to go, though. Still more than half of the seats still to report.
All right, thanks a lot, Eric. Nancy, you are looking at areas of the province that are showing a fair bit of light blue right now.
Yes, there is quite a bit of light blue. And really, where the CAQ's message was expected to resonate was in the suburbs around Montreal. So let's zip in a little bit. Lanaudière is north of Montreal, getting towards, rural, a mix of rural and suburbs. And obviously, the CAQ doing quite well there. If we zoom in a little bit more, let's take a look at the riding of Berthier. And it's a close race, but the CAQ does seem to be pulling ahead there. So that's a PQ riding. It's been a PQ riding for some time, and the CAQ is making inroads there as well. So exactly what the pollsters expected. Outside of Montreal, the suburbs, heading into rural areas of the province, that's where their message resonated.
Thank you very much, Nancy. We're going to go back over to Sean. You've got more results coming in.
We do have more results. We're going to look at the riding of Dubuque. PLQ win last time, I should say. Liberal win last time. But the CAQ leading right now, 21 out of 137 polls. We're also looking at the riding of Jonquière. Sylvain Gaudreault of the Parti québécois held the seat since 2007, hoping to hold on to the seat tonight. So far, so good, in the lead with 425 votes. Lévis, François Paradis won this riding in a by-election in 2014, a few months after the 2014 election, as a matter of fact. He is in the lead. Mont-Royal, Outremont, this is a riding that merged since the last election. Pierre Arcan, the incumbent, holding off his other contenders in the lead with 887 votes, but still very early. Abitibi-West, a PQ stronghold since 1976. The Dean of the National Assembly not running again. A hold so far, or lead, for the Parti québécois by about 17 votes. Still very early, only 2 of 139 polls reporting. Acadie in Montreal, a bit north in Montreal, on the island of Montreal. Christine Saint-Pierre in the lead so far. This is a Liberal stronghold. Argenteuil, which includes La Chute, Agnès Grondin in the lead so far, 5 of 150 polls reporting, but still early. And Chapleau, a Liberal stronghold, 45 votes ahead for Mathieu Lévesque of the CAQ, but this is a Liberal stronghold, still very early, 18 of 179 polls reporting. It could go to the CAQ. We'll have to see how it turns out.
All right, thanks a lot, Sean. Yes, indeed, the CAQ is having a very good evening at 40 now on our leaderboard. So edging towards a CAQ government at this point. We can't say at this point, though, whether they have enough seats or will have enough seats to actually get a majority tonight. But Eric Grenier, you've got a pretty good sense of where we're headed.
And it does look pretty good for the CQ at this stage. So let's look at where they stand in the popular vote of those that have been counted so far. You can see the CQ is above that historical threshold for majority government. They're right now at 39.3%. The Liberals are at 28%. They've actually dropped since the last time we looked at this board. So that is is not a good showing for them. Their worst performance was in 2012 when they took just over 31% of the vote. The Parti Québécois at 17.6%. That might put their official party status in the National Assembly in doubt. They need to reach either 20% of the vote or 12 seats, and clearly they're not neither of those marks right now. And 11.5% for Quebec Solidaire. Better than what they had in last time, but probably below what they would like to see. But let's look at the seat change since the last election, since the last time Quebecers voted. It has been pretty dramatic, and it's a lot of gains for the CAQ, up 26 seats. The Liberals are down 18. The Parti Québécois is down 11. Quebec Solidaire is up 2. And I don't know what is the NA. I believe it's the National Advancement Party. I saw there was one poll, just one poll reporting Montmorency. That seems to be what is showing that result for that party. I don't think that will hold throughout the night. But clearly, the CAQ is having a very good start.
Yeah, up to 42 seats now projected, leading or elected. Liberals way back at 17. So where are they picking up those seats tonight? Nancy Wood, going into this, they wanted to make big gains in Quebec City. They canvassed that area. François Legault began the election campaign in Quebec City. And tonight, are they making those gains?
They are. We'll take a look at it in a sec, but just think back just a few months ago, we had a by-election and the CAQ defeated the Liberal in their seat there. The Quebec City is a good place for the CAQ's kind of message. Small C conservative, it's a place where the federal Conservatives have made breakthroughs in the past. It's one of the more conservative areas of the province. So if we take a look at the riding of Charlebourg right now, that is a Liberal cabinet minister who is the incumbent, François Blais. But look, the CAQ, a local municipal councillor and an auditor is ahead. And it's not the only riding in that area where the CAQ is pulling ahead. There are at least three Quebec City ridings where they're looking very strong right now. So that's a big gain for them.
All right, thank you so much, Nancy. And the CBC Decision Desk is ready to make a call. CBC is projecting a CAQ government. Quebecers had a thirst for change, and for the first time in 52 years, a party other than the Liberals or the PQ will form a government in Quebec. The last was Union Nationale. Now, that is a live shot of the headquarters of the CAQ, and I can only imagine that they have not heard our call just yet, because I would expect the crowd to be cheering and joyous. But we have made the projection. It could be, it will be a CAQ government. The CBC is projecting that tonight. Let's talk about this a little bit. This is quite a validation for François Legault. At this point, though, we don't know whether it will be a majority or a minority, but it is something.
It's huge. I mean, think about it. This is a man who, in 2011, said, I've had it. I've had it that the Quebecers have to choose between one federalist option and one sovereignist option. Why can't we just make an election about policies, about transportation, about the economy, about why does it always have to come down to that duality? I'm going to start a new party. How long does it take to get a party off the ground? I mean, this is their third election, and he's breaking through in 3 elections to become the governing party. It's pretty amazing.
Nancy, I have to just cut in because we are just hearing now that François Legault has, in fact, been elected. So all the cards certainly lining up for François Legault and the CAQ. That puzzle piece in place now. François Legault has been elected in l'Assomption, so something he's got to be very happy to hear at this point. Both a CAQ government, he's won his seat, now just waiting for that big prize, a majority government. Right now, the CAQ is sitting at 45, Eric.
And you can see when you break it down regionally why they're in this position to form a government. Right now, you can see that they're doing very well on the north of Montreal, so in the Laurentians, Lanaudière, and Laval. They had some breakthroughs there, which are looking pretty surprising. They're up 19 points in the Montérégie, so south of Montreal. Quebec City, they're at 43%. They're up 8 points. And then in central Quebec, so that's the whole area, the eastern townships in Mauricie and the Centre du Québec, you can see that they're up to 51%. So you put those regions together, that gives the CAQ really solid base for forming a government. 38.7%. Again, that is just above the minimum historical requirement to form a majority government. So the CAQ is in a very strong position, and it is because of the regions of Quebec and the Montreal suburbs are delivering that government to François Legault.
All right, you were just talking about the gains. Let's see how they play out in the ridings, Sean.
Yes, thank you, Deborah. We're going to look at La Violette Saint-Maurice, a riding that merged after the last election. Marie-Louise Tardif holding off incumbent Pierre Giguère by 640 votes so far. He is in second place. We're also looking at the riding of Bertrand. Nadine Giroux, star candidate for the CAQ, leading right now. Still very early in this riding, though. 7 of 167 polls reporting, but she is out in front. Fabre, Monique Sauvé, the incumbent for the Liberals. This is a Liberal stronghold. We should tell you, though, 3 out of 164 polls reporting, but Adriana Duras in the lead for the Coalition Avenir Québec. We're also looking at the riding of Saint-Guinet. Danielle McCann, she is tapped or potentially tapped to be health minister in a CAQ government if she is elected. So far, though, she is leading in the riding of Saint-Guinet in the Montérégie. Deborah?
All right, thanks a lot, Sean. I want to go back out to Quebec City to Cathy Sené, who is at CAQ headquarters. I've got to ask you, Cathy, has the news that we have projected that it will be a CAQ government finally funneled down?
Lots of smile, lots of applause. The people are, see, it's going to be a big night here, for sure. We are ready for a big night. Look at it. It's just starting. It's just starting. The vibe is so good. They got it. They got it, Deborah. They worked really, really hard. There was a turning point last fall with the by-election, this victory of Geneviève Guilbeault, the candidate in Louis Hébert. It was a Liberal stronghold. And starting at that moment, the CAQ started to really, was first in the opinion polls, and then it became like possible. And I must tell you that today, I just had the feeling that today that they were nervous, but finally they got the vote. The vote got out. As of now, we'll see if they form a majority, but the energy is quite high, and it's going to get higher over the evening, that's for sure. We're still waiting for candidates to arrive, so we'll have more to say and more to come. But can I tell you this anecdote from the beginning of the week? They decided to totally change their itinerary to go to remote regions because they knew that Trois-Rivières, Quebec, they changed itinerary. They didn't have to go back in those ridings. So they went to Abitibi, Chibougamau. So we'll see if that will give some results tonight because they needed those seats to have this majority to govern. So let's wait for the other results. And if the CQ becoming the next government that is this is the first time that a new team is forming a new government since 1976 with the PQ. So it's been a quite long time.
Quite remarkable night for them right now. We are waiting to find out if it will be a majority or a minority government. Thank you so much, Cathy Sené. Right now on the leaderboard, the CAQ sitting at 50 leading or elected seats now, well above the Liberals at 23. I want to bring in Nancy Wood now, who's taking a look at the regions, but also the island of Montreal. And we knew that this election was not going to play out well for the CAQ on the island of Montreal, but perhaps a glimmer of hope for them.
Well, because the message went over so well in the regions of Quebec, there was a lot of concern that on the island of Montreal, it would be all either Liberal or Quebec Solidaire. How do you form a cabinet? How do you not have a representative from the biggest city in the province? So there is some good news for the CAQ because when you look at it, they do seem to be leading. Let's see, let's take a look at Pointe-aux-Trembles, right on the edge of the island. Chantal Rouleau, it's only 15 out of 142 polls reporting. It was an extremely high-profile PQ candidate, Jean-Martin Hossan, who's actually the founder of another party, Option Nationale. So he came back into the fold, the PQ fold was running there. Chantal Rouleau, a very popular local mayor. She has the lead right now. She's not elected, but the CAQ has got to be hoping she holds on and they can have a cabinet minister from Montreal.
No kidding. Let's take a look at other ridings on the island of Montreal and see if there's any other movement there.
Maurice Richard in Ahuntsic, outgoing culture minister Marie Montpetit in the lead so far, albeit a small lead, 10 out of 157 polls reporting. QS in second place. Acadie in the north of Montreal, Christine Saint-Pierre, outgoing international relations minister, also in the lead, fending off Sophie Chiasson from the CAQ. We're also looking at the riding of Gouin. Quebec Solidaire co-spokesperson Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois in the lead right now, 6 of 142 polls reporting. He is the only Quebec Solidaire MNA, by the way, to win a seat on the first try. Speaking of try, Alexandre Leduc from Quebec Solidaire. This is her third try running in the riding of Hochelaga-Maisonneuve. He always narrows that lead between him and Carole Poirier. So far, he is in first place. Carole Poirier, the incumbent for that riding, is in second.
All right, thanks a lot, Sean. We were talking earlier about non-affiliated candidates, and we have one now for you here. Jean-François Simard of Montmorency, not affiliated with any party, is leading in Montmorency right now. Eric, you've got some more results for us as well.
That was a bit of a mystery who this person
It certainly was. I have to say, I have to admit, I really don't know much about this man, but he is non-affiliated.
Well, we'll see by the end of the night if that riding will still be gray. But let's talk about some of the closest ridings and why it's difficult right now for us to say whether it will be a CAQ majority or minority. You can see that there are quite a number of ridings with very narrow margins. Just one vote in Portneuf separating the Liberals from the CAQ, 9 in Vaudreuil as well separating the Liberals from the CAQ. We can also see that the CAQ is trailing in Ungava. And so we are waiting to see how these are going to turn out, because if the Liberals can hold on to these, then that might be the ticket that would prevent François Legault from reaching the majority mark. But if they flip over, and again, it would not take very much for that to happen, then that path to 63 seats gets a lot easier for the CAQ leader.
All right, right now, the CAQ sitting at 51. I want to head back over to Sean, because you've got some results for the townships. That's another area that they were hoping to make inroads to.
Yes, and let's see how they're doing so far. Gilles Bélanger leading in the riding of Orford. That's been Liberal since 1973. There's no incumbent this time. He is beating so far the candidate Guy Mador, a local real estate agent in the area. We're also looking at the riding of Saint-François. That has gone back and forth between the Parti québécois and the Liberals. So far, the Liberals in the lead with 159 votes, fending off that CAQ candidate Geneviève Hébert. We're also looking at the riding of Sherbrooke, Jean Charest's old riding. That also has gone back and forth between the Parti québécois and the Liberals. Outgoing Families Minister Luc Fortin holding on to that riding so far, but again, the results still quite early. One more, François Bonnardel, I should say, from the CAQ leading. He was a former ADQ, now with the CAQ, and he usually wins his seat, or in past elections, he's won his seats by well over 10,000 votes. We'll see how that happens tonight, but so far, he is in the lead.
All right, thanks a lot, Sean. I want to take you out to Quebec City now, to Saint-Félicien in the Roberval riding, which is Philippe Couillard's riding, where the Liberals have their headquarters tonight. Wow, by contrast, compared to what we just heard at the CAQ headquarters, a very quiet room behind you there, Sarah Levitt.
Yeah, Deborah, it's decidedly somber here. There's about, I would say, 30, 40 people here watching as the results come in. Very quiet. You heard from Cathy the excitement in the room in the CAQ headquarters in Quebec City. Very, very different here. And I think that Philippe Couillard was really running on his track record, on the success of the Quebec economy. Didn't seem to resonate right now with the voters, but people here also hoping to see results come in for Roberval, which is Philippe Couillard's riding. Right now, we're not hearing anything. Nothing's been reported so far, but as I said, very, very somber here.
All right, thank you very much, Sarah. You know, we during elections and during the election night, often cameras make their way into a leader's room where they may be watching, whether it's in their home or their hotel room. And we're hearing that Philippe Couillard didn't allow cameras in, no photo ops in with Philippe Couillard tonight, and that may be telling of what perhaps he was expecting tonight. Want to head back over to Nancy, who's got more results for us in the regions.
Yeah, maybe taking a look at why the CAQ is having a little trouble hitting that majority. If you look at this area of the province, the Lower St. Lawrence, the Gaspé, you would have thought they would be making inroads there. Take a look at the riding of Rivière-du-Loup-Témiscouata. This is a riding that went Action Démocratique, which was kind of a precursor for the CAQ. Mario Dumont, the leader, was there. It's a riding that would definitely be open to the CAQ kind of message. Now, it's still early going, only 13 polls reporting, but the Liberal is holding on, and it's not a lead of 1 or 2 votes. I mean, the Liberals are holding on there. So I think if the Liberals and the PQ can hold on to those areas, that may stand in the way of the CAQ forming a majority.
All right, I want to go back to Quebec City and the CAQ headquarters, where we find Cathy Séné, along with Geneviève Guilbeault, who is cheering along with the crowd right now, Cathy.
Yeah, right? So Geneviève, you are my God, cheers. Yeah, very excited about what's happening.
We did it, and we are learning it as we speak. We are going to be a majority government, and I am so honored, so happy. We have been working so hard for so much time, and this is finally happening, this big change for all Quebecers.
Yeah, you did promise change. You're going to have to deliver change.
Yes, of course, we are still going to have to work hard. We have been working hard so far to convince Quebecers, and now that we have, we are going to be working hard to deliver what we promised. But Quebecers were so hungry, we're so greedy for a change, a political change, and tonight they have it, and so we are very happy, and we promise Quebecers to work hard for them, to be an honest government, a government that's going to be connected to them, and we will be working very hard.
Thank you, Geneviève. Get back to you, Deborah.
Cathy, thank you very much. Well, it is still not at the point yet where we can say that this will be a majority government, or a minority government for that matter. Right now, the CAQ sits at 56 leading or elected seats. The Liberals well behind at 30, but things are still close, so we cannot say at this point whether we will have a majority or a minority government, Eric.
No, and we're still waiting to hear from a lot of ridings. Some of them are ones that the CQ either held or were expected to win. So it might be that the CQ could cobble together at least 63 seats, but we're still waiting on 26 ridings to report. So it's not hard to find enough for François Legault. So it is looking very good for him. And when you see that popular vote number where they're just under 39%, very, very strong result for the CAQ. Again, we did not see any of that in the polling at the end of the campaign, did not suggest that the CAQ would be winning by a margin this wide.
All right, well, you were just saying that it's looking very, very good. In fact, we are ready to make yet another call. CBC is projecting it will be a CAQ majority government. You know, it was back in 2011 when François Legault founded the CAQ that he said the key word for the party is we want change. He's waited impatiently, in fact, not patiently, impatiently until tonight. Quebecers have finally given him that nod to make that change, and he will be getting a majority. CBC projecting now a majority government for the CAQ. This is a historic night for the CAQ. Let's just take a second and breathe this in. And there you have it. The CAQ has just flipped to 63. CBC, of course, has already projected that the CAQ will have a majority government. This is a historic night. Eric and Nancy, I want to bring you in on this. This is everything he was hoping for.
Absolutely. And you know, to me, it really says that the polls were telling us that Quebecers wanted change. 70 to 80% of Quebecers, that was their number one thing they wanted change. And when I see them voting for a CAQ government, it says to me they want to change, but nothing drastic. The CAQ is, like the Liberal government, something that focuses on the economy. Legault also really said that education was primordial for him. So they didn't go for something like Québec solidaire, where let's just make sure that the environment is first and free public transit and free education for everyone. They were close enough to what the Liberals were, and really the Liberals set the stage for the CAQ by building such a strong economy. Having the balanced budget allowed people to say, we're ready to take a chance with a party that's not too far off from that.
All right, Eric.
And the key for them was that francophone vote, that they are winning in the regions of Quebec. And when you see that the number for the Parti québécois is just 7, that is what the CAQ needed. They needed to have a weak Parti québécois in order to gather a lot of that francophone vote and win those seats off the island of Montreal. And there's been a lot of change since the last election. Let's just look at how the vote share has changed since the last election. The CAQ is up 16 points. They're up to 38.6% of the vote. There was some talk that they might win a majority with under 33%. It doesn't look like that's going to happen tonight. The Liberals are down 14 points to under 30% to 27.5%. That is the worst showing in the history of the party. Same thing for the Parti québécois, down to just 18.7%, down 7 points from the last election. In Québec solidaire, again, a gain of 4 points to 11.9%. So another election in which Québec solidaire is making some gains. But I think they were hoping for a little bit more than that.
And just to point out, Deborah, with those figures, right now the Parti québécois would not have official party status. They're below 20%. They're at 7 or 8 seats. That is essentially wiped off the election map.
Yeah, and Québec solidaire, too, not having perhaps the night that they were hoping for. They were hoping for 6 seats, right now sitting at 5. That could well change, but the party that's having the best night by far is the CAQ at this point. The polls showed at the end of the campaign that it was a very, very close race. And few were really saying that they were comfortable with saying that this would definitely be a majority. What do you think changed in the final days of the campaign? I know I interviewed François Legault just days ago, and he seemed more relaxed and comfortable in front of the camera when he was talking to me. He had put immigration sort of on the back burner to a certain degree, saying that education would be one of his main focuses. You've got to wonder what changed in the mind of voters that they felt like, yes, it's time, we can give him this.
I wish I knew what to tell you. I mean, I think that you're right. Starting from the second French language debate, someone must have talked to him and said, just relax, just calm down, smile. You know, if you don't know something, just say, I'm not an expert on it. And he talked about immigration. He said, I know the provincial side. I don't necessarily know everything about how the federal government works. Now, Philippe Couillard went after him saying, you have to know. If you're going to be the premier, you have to know. You're just showing a lack of knowledge and professionalism here. But maybe a lot of people, that resonated with people who said, you know what, I don't know how immigration works either. And François Legault is a businessman. And the people around him have said, he's not a great guy for the leader of the opposition. He's a guy who wants to get things done. He wants to run it, not necessarily like Donald Trump said, I'm going to run it like a business, but he likes to move on things and get things done. He surrounded himself with a team of very capable business people, also bureaucrats, manager types. So he has got a team around him, unlike the other elections where it was really just a one-man show.
He's extremely goal-oriented.
Yeah.
I know that when he was a young man, at the age of 16, he skipped a grade. He studied very hard. When he became the founder of Air Transat, before that he had said that he would become a millionaire by the time he was 40.
Yep.
He accomplished that. He had plans to become the premier of Quebec, and tonight it appears that it has happened. Quite something. Why don't we take a look at a few more results?
Yeah, let's take some more results, Deborah. Looking at the riding of Huntington, this is a hold so far for the Liberal Party, holding off the CAQ and PQ candidate. Both are running against him again, but though 19 of 148 polls reporting. We're going to look at another riding right now, Taillon. This is a Parti québécois stronghold, PQ since 1976. Star candidate for the CAQ, Lionel Carman, doctor at Saint-Justine Hospital, in the lead so far, fending off PQ candidate Diane Lamarre. Iberville, there is a Claire Sanson who is projected to win this riding. Her victory in the last election was fewer than 1,000 votes. She's doing a little bit better tonight. She's projected to win Iberville in the Montérégie. I believe we have one more riding to look at. Richelieu, another riding for the CAQ, a lead of just over just under 1,900 votes. Jean-Bernard Aymon leading for the CAQ, projected to win, I should say, for the CAQ. So these are some of the places where the CAQ has made gains.
Sean, thank you. The CAQ now up to 71 seats, leading or elected. Liberals still back at 32. And again, the PQ not able to get beyond 6. It was hoping for at least 12 to maintain party status in the National Assembly, but at this point, not looking great for the Parti québécois. We've got some more regions that you're looking at.
The Montérégie, south of Montreal, really kind of tells the story of tonight's election. Let's look at the riding of Verchères. This is a PQ stronghold. It has been Parti québécois since 1976, Bernard Landry's old riding, and it was held by a former Bloc MP and a PQ cabinet minister. That was Stéphane Bergeron. And so far, local mayor, Suzanne Dansereau, the mayor of Contrecoeur, is ahead. It's only 11 polls, but if that trend continues, the CAQ has got that. Let's look over at the riding of La Prairie. We're talking about the CAQ, some of the results being slow to come in. This is a bit of a mystery because La Prairie is one that they would expect to gain. 0 polls reporting. Don't know what's going on there, but worth keeping an eye on that. And Brome-Missisquoi, which is theoretically in the Montérégie, but most Quebecers like to think of it as in the townships, that is going CAQ as well. And if you take a look at that, that is Isabelle Charret, former chef de mission for the Canadian Olympic team in the Pyeongchang Games. Also somebody who works at a school board, sort of obviously an Olympic athlete, is interested in education and sports, possibly a future cabinet minister for the CAQ. But the townships in general are looking very blue, very CAQ.
All right, thanks so much. I want to go out to Quebec Solidaire headquarters to Sudha Krishnan. You've got Amir Kadir with you tonight.
That is right, Deborah. Amir Kadir is with it. He's been here giving interviews and been watching the results. So what is going through your mind right now?
Well, I'm very satisfied to see the way the campaign is finishing tonight with a tremendous show of force by Québec Solidaire. But at the same time, I should admit that to see CAQ being able to probably form a majority government is worrisome for me because I don't think they're very ready for that. And I would have liked to see them more in a minority position in order to be able in a short time to for the people to judge their work and decide if it should go further. Anyhow, we'll work hard to bring the climate change at the forefront of the public debate.
Just before the campaign, the wrap of the campaign, Madame Massé said she was confident that they were going to make breakthroughs outside the island of Montreal. And then we heard in Taschereau. So what is going through your mind right now?
This is an incredible, that will be a turning point in the history of Québec Solidaire. We needed that victory because we're doing that work outside of Montreal since years, but we had to demonstrate it, and this demonstration is done now.
Also hearing a very close race in Rosemont, Vincent Morissal at this point leading, but a lot of cheers here, Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois.
I'm very proud of my party. I can leave with peace of mind now, and I think Québec Solidaire will little by little also appeal more to our English community, to those who in the past years didn't have the opportunity to hear about us enough, in my opinion.
So, and you were saying that you're thinking that you're building something big.
I don't hear you.
All right. Well, it looks like we're going to have to wrap up, but thank you very much. Amir Kadir, one of the co-founders of Québec Solidaire. A big night for them tonight at this point.
All right, Sudha, thank you very much. Sudha Krishnan in Quebec City with Québec Solidaire. I want to go back out to Sean because you have more gains tonight.
That's right, specifically for Québec Solidaire. Catherine Dorion, running in the Quebec City riding of Taschereau, ran with Option Nationale in the previous election. She was really hoping to take this for Québec Solidaire. Looks like she's the projected winner in the riding of Taschereau. Alexandre Leduc, this is his third time running in this riding and always narrows that gap between him and Carole Poirier. She is running second right now. He is in the lead with 12 of 144 polls reporting. We're also looking at the riding of Rosemont. Look at this. Vincent Marissal in the lead right now. Jean-François Lisée, the leader of the Parti québécois, in second place. The Québec solidaire really wanted this riding. They knew this was going to be a tight race. Jean-François Lisée also knew this was going to be a tight race. So far, he's in second place. We're also looking at the riding of Saint-Marie Saint-Jacques. Manon Massé, co-spokesperson, leading by 94. She really needs to lead by more than that tonight, or she's hoping to lead by more than that tonight. Because if you remember, in the last election, she won this riding by just 91 votes.
Very true. Okay, she must be happy with those returns tonight. Thank you very much, Sean. I want to bring Eric in. You're going to explain what appears to be the PQ implosion tonight.
It's a very bad result for them. Now, if we look at this regionally, you can see how it is not very good for the PQ. The only region of the province in which they're leading is in eastern Quebec, so the Gaspésie and the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. They're at 36%. They've held more or less of their vote there. They also held it in the island of Montreal, but so far, it's not delivering a seat for them. Most of their seats right now are in eastern Quebec, but you can see they're down 9 points north of Montreal. That was a key region for them. The Montérégie as well, under 20%, just 11.5%, actually in fourth place behind Quebec Solidaire in the Quebec City region. Western Quebec, Central Quebec, also in the teens. It's really not a very good night for the Parti québécois. 18.4% would be the worst result in their history, and right now, if they hold 6, that would tie the worst result in their history, 1973.
All right, we just got a shot there of Jean-François Lisée watching the election returns. I want to bring in Simon Nakonieczny, who is with the Parti québécois headquarters tonight. And Simon, a very quiet room there, I can only imagine. Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah,
bit of a cheer.
Deborah, there's a little bit of applause, a smattering of applause anytime one of those PQ candidates is either elected or leading, and that's not happening very often here. Really a catastrophic result so far for the PQ. Really, for these supporters, their worst nightmare is coming true. I spoke to many people on the campaign trail who thought maybe at the worst they would squeak out with a CAQ minority, with them holding the balance of power. That's clearly not happened here. And I spoke to the party president, Gabrielle Lemieux, just a little while ago, and she said that she's proud of the campaign that they ran, and it was a campaign of ideas. Now, of course, one of those ideas was not really sovereignty. They had a referendum off the table, and I asked her, was that a mistake? She said they had to do it because they were afraid that the Liberals would be hitting them over the head with it for the whole campaign. And I mean, we'll have to look at the turnout numbers, but if you look at just in this room, it's a sparse room, and there's going to be questions asked as to whether that was the right decision and whether it ended up demoralizing the base. Deborah?
Thanks, Simon. Yeah, you have to wonder whether they're, after this, when they hold their post-mortem, whether strategy was correct with Jean-François Legault going after Manon Massé as he did during the last French debate. Because right now what we're seeing is, just moments ago, we saw Quebec Solidaire jump into third place ahead of the Parti québécois. Now they're tied 7 apiece, but that is the second storyline of the evening. These two parties in a race for third place, and at times you'll see Quebec Solidaire jumping out ahead. This was their worst nightmare, the Parti québécois.
Yeah. I was thinking that Jean-François Lisée has to be relieved that he's losing in his riding.
It's an easy out?
Yeah, I mean, if you win your riding, you're just going to have to resign anyway after that kind of showing. The Parti québécois does have a deputy leader, Véronique Yvon, who appears to be leading in her riding. So there is a natural succession that's happening there. I can take a look at the Laurentians if you'd like.
Great,
that's
thanks.
an area of the province where the CAQ was hoping to make gains, and they certainly look like they are making gains. Let's take a look at the riding of Berthier and the Laurentians. All of that sea of bright blue for the CAQ. That was a PQ riding, and held by André Villeneuve. Caroline Proulx has won it handily at this point. So it's in that kind of region that the CAQ has made inroads, and the PQ has been devastated.
All right, thanks, Nancy.
And we were talking about Véronique Yvon seemingly in a good position. Jean-Martin Hossan is trailing in his riding. So if we remember back in 2014 when the 3 potential leadership candidates for the Parti québécois rushed onto the stage before Pauline Marois did that, I don't think there'll be 3 this time.
No kidding. And Nancy, I just want to go back to the CAQ for a moment, because that, of course, is the big story of the night at 70 seats. I'm curious what you think about the island of Montreal, because most of the votes at this point, they've made inroads in Pointe-aux-Trembles, but the island of Montreal is still Liberal red. What does this mean for the island of Montreal, for Anglophones in Montreal?
Well, it's the same as every time the PQ has formed the government, right? It's the party other than the Liberals. If it forms a government, then Montreal feels left out. So at some point, if the CAQ is going to establish itself as a natural governing party, Anglophones and allophones on the island of Montreal are going to have to rethink that loyalty unless they want to be permanently shut out of government. But, you know, maybe this isn't a permanent thing. We'll have to wait and see. It's hard to, like, I think a lot of people felt there wasn't even much point in voting. I've heard people from those ridings say, I may go, I may not go. It goes Liberal anyway. You know, and people have to realize that there is a point in voting, and you can change things. If enough people show up, you can change things.
It's interesting if you take a look at the board right now, because there are only 4 seats to come. Those 4 seats need to go to the PQ if they want to get official party status. So a devastating night for the PQ, to say the least. We're going to take a look at a few of those ridings where they've lost tonight.
And they were strongholds. That's the thing. Rousseau was a Parti Québécois stronghold. And Nicolas Marceau, the incumbent, this used to be François Legault's riding, by the way. Louis-Charles Touin projected the winner for the CAQ in Rousseau. We're also looking at the riding of Vachon. This was won by just 176 votes in 2014. Martine Ouellet not running again. Star candidate with the CAQ, Yann Lafrenière, former Montreal police spokesperson, in the lead so far. We're also looking at the riding of Chicoutimi. Mireille Jean won this seat in a by-election, was hoping to hold on to the seat for the Parti Québécois. So far, that is not the case. André Laforêt in the lead with 34 of 153 polls reporting. And we're going back to Bertrand in the Laurentians. Nadine Giraud in the lead for the CAQ. She's a star candidate for the CAQ, part of François Legault's economic team, potentially a seat at the cabinet table if she takes this riding tonight.
All right, thanks so much, Sean. I want to go out to Ketsi Sene, and she is with the CAQ headquarters, and you've got the education critic for the CAQ along with you tonight.
I do, and I do have the atmosphere here, Deborah. I feel sorry for my other colleagues. So tonight, it's a big night for the CAQ. You don't know yet, Mr. Roberge, if you have been re-elected in Chambly.
No, but I'm pretty confident.
The CAQ has worked a lot in the Montérégie. That was a region that was quite important.
Yes, since the beginning for the CAQ, education was an important matter. In 2012, we were the one and only party who put the education in front. And I think after 7 years, it pays off.
But you still have lots of work to do to convince English-speaking people that the abolishment of the fact that you want to abolish school boards is the right thing to do.
Well, the right way to say it, if that we want to abolish the election for the school board, but we want to transform them in school service centers and protect the right of the minority and the Anglophone. You don't have nothing to fear about us.
How do you feel about the fact that the CAQ is forming a majority government after 7 years of existence?
I am, and we are really, really proud because, you know, it's maybe once in a lot of decades that a new party become that strong within, I think, 7 years. So I think it's a big accomplishment. We are really proud.
You're proud, but do you feel the pressure to deliver?
Excuse me?
Do you feel the pressure to deliver?
Yes, of course, we have a lot of pressure because Quebecers choose us, so we have to be, je sais pas comment dire, excusez-moi. On doit livrer la marchandise.
You have to deliver because the expectations are quite high.
Yes, and we have to be right and to respect all Quebecers. Now we are the government of every Quebecers, French one, English-speaking one, everyone. So I think we will reassure that we will be we will hold our confidence. Yes.
You know, you remember at the mid-campaign, it was really hard for Mr. Legault. The campaign really slowed down with the questions, the simple questions he was asked on immigration. He could not answer properly. New Brunswick being the only bilingual province, he could not answer properly. You were about to lose ground there. You did lose ground for okay?
Yes, but that's a campaign. You know, it's not a big deal that we
It was a big
pull
deal
them
at
up.
that point. It took some
Yes,
time off.
of course, but you know, with a campaign, it's normal. We started, we were really high, and we knew, of course, that others party will attack us, and we will have to gain all the confidence. We will have to explain our politics. So we're not surprised that.
So we can see Mr. Legault. He's right there. He's in Montreal. He's going to come. Well, you are expecting him in Quebec City.
Excuse me?
You are expecting Mr. Legault in Quebec City later on.
Of course, he will come here. I don't know when he will do his speech, but of course he will come here. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Robert. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Good luck, actually. Deborah will get back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Cathy. And you saw the elation and the relief on François Legault's face as he embraced his family members, his wife there, Isabelle Bray, and there you have it. François Legault with his boys. An elated man tonight must feel very relieved. You can see his eyes look like they're tearing up just a little bit. There are no seats to come on our leaderboard, so this is where it stands right now, folks. The CAQ at 78, the Liberals well behind at 31, the PQ and Québec Solidaire tied.
Yeah, that is a very surprising result on a number of fronts. The fact that the PQ and Québec Solidaire are both tied at 8 seats, but also that big number for the CAQ up to 78 seats. This is a huge victory for François Legault. When you look at the popular vote, 39%, still lower than what Philippe Couillard won in the last election, despite the fact that he won many fewer seats. But you can see how much that support among francophones is key here. With these kinds of numbers, he must be easily clearing 40% among francophones, and that is what is delivering this. Because as Nancy will show you on that map, there's a lot of blue all over the place in places that has never been blue before.
Yeah, the political landscape, just think of it. The political landscape in Quebec has been flipped on its head.
Absolutely. As you can see, lots of light blue. And let's take a look at the Eastern Townships, which was a bastion of Liberal red before. It's almost all blue CAQ. There's that little tiny orange spot in there, if we can zip in on there. That is the riding of Sherbrooke. That is Jean Charest's old riding. Right now, Québec Solidaire leading, but that is a pretty slim lead. And if we go back to the Eastern Townships and we go to the riding of Richmond, this is another riding that was a Liberal stronghold. It was held by Yvon Vallière for decades. Then it was inherited by his daughter, Karine Vallière. This was a seat we were talking about when incumbents don't run. She did not run. Instead, they had Annie Godbout, who was not that as well known. And who is leading there is André Bachand. He is a former Conservative MP at the federal level. So that's an interesting thing, too, the links between that small C Conservative CAQ and the Conservatives federally.
Yeah, definitely. That link from the CAQ to Ottawa is something that the Conservatives in Ottawa are going to be looking forward to as their election comes up.
Absolutely. Increasingly, you hear about Conservatives in Ottawa talking about the CAQ as a Conservative party, as a cousin of their own. And I think that Andrew Scheer will be looking at a lot of that pale blue and wondering how next year he can turn at least some of that into a darker blue federal Conservative seat.
Yeah, the blue wave this time around. All right, Sean, more details from you.
Yes, absolutely. We're going to look at the riding of Brome-Missisquoi. As Nancy said, the Eastern Townships was Liberal red. Now it is CAQ blue. Isabelle Charest, former Olympian, chef de mission, projected to win Brome-Missisquoi. We're going to look at the riding as well of Johnson. This is in the center of Quebec. André Lamontagne, the incumbent for this riding, in the lead so far. For this poll, though, still early, 7 of 196 polls. But of course, with the result that we've projected tonight, this this looks like it will be a win. Mégantic, François Jacques is the running in this riding for the CAQ against Robert Giroir. François Jacques is a city councillor in Mégantic, so far in the lead for the CAQ.
All right, thank you, Sean. So once again, the CAQ forming the next government of Quebec, a majority government is what we're projecting. The Liberals down at 32. I suppose one saving grace for the Liberal Party tonight is that Philippe Couillard has won his seat in Robertval. He managed to visit the area 3 times during this election campaign, and he loves the area. That's where his home is. That's where his wife is from. But it's going to be a difficult road ahead for him. We'll see what he decides to do, whether he will stay on as the leader of the Liberals down the road. But we'll get through this night first and see what comes as the speeches come a little later on. We're going to go out now to CAQ headquarters, where Cathy Sonnet is with, well, that looks like a Nathalie Roy, who seems to be quite happy tonight.
Quite happy. It's the best scenario, isn't it, for Nathalie Roy? You've not been re-elected so far, but it's looking great, right?
Well, it's looking great, but it ain't over till it's over, so I have a great respect for the people who are working, counting every vote, but, I mean, I already won. I mean, even if I'm not elected, 77, it's a dream come true, and I'm so proud of the voters who were not scared. And they said, that's enough to be scared and to scare us. We want change, we want good change. And they went out and they vote. And I'm so proud of them. And
do you remember in 2014?
Yes.
The CQ, Mr. Legault, did organize his last rally of the campaign in your riding.
Absolutely.
That's a huge statement. They wanted you to pass. Yes. They didn't have to do that this time.
No, well, he came on the beginning. He came like 2 or 3 days into the campaign in Montarville, in Boucherville. But the thing is that we work as a team. So what we did is that we said, okay, you are MNAs, work your riding, and we're gonna help the others, absolutely. Yeah. And I'm gonna go around where we want to make gains.
So you were sure about winning your riding. You're not helping the others if you're not sure about winning.
I was confident, but you know, the people decide, and I'm so proud. And I said I'm proud. I'm proud of the voters, and I'm proud of Mr. François Legault. He had a vision 7 years ago, and he believed in it, even when we were low and sad, and he believed in himself and ourselves, and it worked. And I'm so proud of all the Quebecers voters tonight.
I've got a question for you, Mrs. Roy. It's going to be tough for Mr. Legault to build his cabinet. What are your expectations?
Nothing. I'm telling you the truth. It was not being a minister, or it wasn't in my plan.
You've been loyal all those years.
Yes, absolutely, but what I like to do, you know, I was a journalist just like you before, and I'm a lawyer too. And what I wanted to do was to go with the coalition to do better, okay, because I was tired of all those liberal and those stories of corruption. I said, I want to go there just to bite them, you know, and that was my goal. And I discovered politics, but my goal wasn't to be a minister. So
you had to hold on too, because you were on the file of identity. You were talking about religious accommodations. Really, that's a tough topic.
Really delicate question, absolutely, and we have to be sensitive. And it was hard. It was a difficult 4 years. I remember all those hearings. It was tough, but tonight it's really. Oh, I saw Isabelle Charest. I'm so proud of her. I mean, we have such a wonderful team. I invite all your viewers to go on our website and to look at the credential, les curriculum vitae of our candidates. They are great with so much knowledge and coming from every area. But that's his problem, and I'm so happy. I'm happy for the voters. I'm happy for the province of Quebec, for the Quebec.
And if you want to represent all Quebecers, I guess you're going to have to change the tone about immigration. It's a slippery topic.
Yes, but it's easier when you have all the tools, and if we will be the power to do something, but when you have all the tools, it's much more easier to make understand, to refine, to create, but to explain, and you know, because when
You've got a big fall ahead.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That's the gold. I mean, that's not a job. That's a mandate. You ask the people, do you want me to represent you, to be your voice in Quebec? And if they say yes, that's a mandate, but that's not a job. It lasts like, it's gonna last 4 years and that's it. You know, that's not a job. That's a mandate.
Well, I'll let you go back
to
the team, to the volunteers, to the party faithful who are here, to the other candidates. All the best.
Thank you very much. I hope I was clear.
You were.
Okay.
I appreciate that you took the time to speak to us.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Deborah, we'll get back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Cathy. I want to point your attention to Québec solidaire sitting at 7 seats right now. So they've fallen back behind the PQ by 2. But the leader of the Québec solidaire, Manon Massé, is getting some good news. She has learned that she has been elected in her riding of Sainte-Marie-Saint-Jacques with a lead of 877 votes, far better than the last time around when she won the seat with 91 votes. So she's run in this riding 5 times, and this is by far her best showing yet. I want to bring in Eric because there are still many races that are still close to call. It's a CAQ government, a CAQ majority, but there are still some races out there that we don't know the result of.
That's right. It's not going to decide who will be the government, but it will decide some of these close seats. So let's take a look at some of those closest ridings right now. There's a number of interesting ones there. Top of the one is Gatineau with a gap of just 2 votes between the Liberals and the CAQ. The Outaouais region has not voted anything but Liberal since the 1976, so this is quite a surprise to see a riding like Gatineau being this close with the CAQ, just 2 votes behind. You can also see Abitibi West, another one with just a 15-vote gap, Rivière-du-Loup-Témiscouata. Also, that used to be Mario Dumont's old riding. The CAQ is only 31 seats behind, 31 votes behind, and also Huntington-Soulanges, just a gap of 34 votes. So these numbers could still move around. If some of those flip over to the CAQ, they could jump up past 75 seats, or they could drop down below 70. So still some very close races to decide tonight.
Yeah, and there's some very tight races in Laval as well, Sean.
There are, and potentially to the surprise of the Liberal Party. Let's look at some of those ridings. Laval des Rapides, bellwether riding by excellence, always voted the candidate who would be part of the party to form the next government since 1981. So far, it is looking like that is the case with Christine Mitton for the CAQ, Sao Paulo, the incumbent, in second place. We're also looking at the riding of Vimont. Jean Roussel trailing right now. Michel Reeves in the lead for the CAQ in that riding. We're also looking at St. Rose. Jean Abel is the first-time MNA in this riding, hoping to get re-elected, but Christopher Skeet for the CAQ in the lead so far. In the riding of St. Rose. And again, these are ridings that the Liberals were hoping to keep. They're trailing so far.
All right, let's head out to the Montérégie now. Nancy, things happening there?
Well, let's look at the Montérégie. The riding of La Prairie is one that we've been waiting for quite a while. It took a long time to get the results in. And this is an interesting riding because the CAQ's president was running this riding, Stéphane Le Bouillonnec. He had to resign as president of the party. Well, he chose to resign as president of the party and as a candidate once the campaign was already underway. He's been replaced by Christian Dubé, who himself has a bit of a patchy history because he was elected in an election and then left politics to go work for the Caisse de dépôt. So people were saying, well, are you promising that if you don't win this time, you'll actually stay on? And he swore that he would. He could be well placed to have a senior financial portfolio there. But I also want to draw your attention to the island of Montreal, Deborah, because, you know, we were talking about the fact that the CAQ had only 1 seat. Well, right now, they are also leading in another riding on the island of Montreal. That's the riding of Bourget. And Makakoto is a former Bloc Québécois MP. He is narrowly behind them, but look how close it is, just 68 votes between them, 23 polls reporting. So that could go either way.
Okay, interesting. Still very, number of ridings that are still close to call. Let's go out to Kate McKenna. She is at the Liberal headquarters in Montreal tonight. I'm just hearing that we can't go there, but I'd like to ask you, Nancy, about Philippe Couillard. We were just talking about him winning his seat, his party, bad night for them, certainly. I did bring up the possibility of he'll be having to make a decision in the days to come about what his future is.
I don't see that he has any choice. I mean, he is not a man who is particularly warm and affectionate and fuzzy. He doesn't have that kind of deep down love and loyalty from his caucus. People have said that he wouldn't notice a caucus revolt if it happened right in front of him. When you lead your party through this kind of defeat, I don't see how you can stay on. And it's awkward because, as you say, he's won his riding. In those circumstances, you really wish you could just lose the riding and bow out gracefully. He has to then leave and open that riding up in a by-election. So it's rough.
And you don't get your transition allowance if you resign your seat before your term ends up.
Very good
So
point.
that is also something to take into consideration. But for the Liberals, this is really a catastrophic result. 34 seats is the worst since 1976. And right now, where they are in the popular vote at 25%, that is by far the worst result in the history of the party. So these are pretty rough numbers for
They
Philippe
really
Couillard.
have to think about what they stand for, why their message doesn't get through to Francophone Quebecers, and where they go from here. I mean, it's time for a complete rethink of that party.
Is it a rethink of the party itself? Is it a rethink of the leaders that they choose? What is it? Or is it all of the above?
I think it has to be all of the above. I mean, how are they perceived by the population? The structure of the party. I mean, the one thing they had going for them, we thought, was organization, that they had the boots on the ground. But even that, it didn't happen this time. So did the volunteers get discouraged? Did the volunteers get turned off? Was it, that's something to really look at inside the party, see what went wrong.
And it's the desire for change was a real problem for them because despite the fact that Pauline Marois was the premier between 2012 and 2014, a lot of Quebecers sensed that this was a 15-year government. And that very narrow minority period might not have been a long enough time for the Liberals to reboot, to recharge, come with something different and new, to be a new party. Now that they'll be on the opposition benches for at least 4 years, they do have that chance to rebuild and to recenter themselves as a party.
And don't forget, I mean, they did that old political trick of the first 2 years of our mandate, we will slash, and then the last year or so of our mandate, we'll start spending. And they just kept saying, well, it's the margin of maneuver that we've developed. Our responsible economic management has given us a balanced budget. But, you had human chains around elementary schools, people saying, stop cutting our services. It became clear that it was true that about 350 of the support workers, speech therapists, child psychologists, people who worked in the schools, were cut in those cuts. So that, whatever you want to call it, it was austerity, and it hurt a lot of people.
So it wasn't necessarily just incumbent syndrome for the Liberals?
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah.
All right. I'm just hearing that Philippe Couillard, in a tweet, has conceded now to François Legault. I've also heard that the two have spoken. So there you go. That part done. We will be waiting for the speeches. And traditionally, the way it works is that the party that came in fourth will come out, do their speech, and then third, and then two, and then one. Though in Ontario, they blew that whole idea up when Mr. Ford came out and made his speech first. So we'll see how this one works out, if François Legault follows tradition or not. We're going to go out to Kate McKenna, who is at the Liberal headquarters tonight. It's been a very devastating night for the Liberal Party, Kate. So I'm curious to know what it's like in the room where you are now.
Well, it's been interesting to watch, Deborah. At the beginning, there were some cheers when people like Greg Kelly were elected, but then since that happened, the room is filled up. There are probably about 150 people here, and the mood is definitely a lot more somber. We are expecting most of the MNAs and candidates who are Liberal to come to this party tonight if they're in the Montreal region. We haven't seen that yet. We are expecting more people to be coming, but definitely the mood has been pretty sour. A lot of people looking down at their phones, then looking up at the results again, kind of maybe furiously texting is what I've been seeing. But it's been a rough night for the people who are here in this room for sure.
All right, Kate McKenna at the Liberal headquarters in Montreal tonight. So what ridings are the Liberals holding? Let's go over to Sean to get that answer.
Mostly on the island of Montreal, Deborah. We're going to look at the riding of, the first riding I believe is Marquette. That's right, Enrico Ciccone holding that seat for the Liberals, projected to win. Star candidate forced out the outgoing MNA, the party forced out the outgoing MNA. Very tearful news conference towards the end of the summer. Who could forget that? We're also looking at the riding of Notre-Dame-de-Grâce. Kathleen Wild, the minister responsible for relations with English-speaking Quebecers, holding on to that seat for the Liberals. We don't know, though, if the secretariat will remain intact. I know a lot in the English-speaking community wanted to hold that. Saint-Laurent, Mara Whiskey holding that seat for the Liberals, a new candidate in that riding, still a Liberal stronghold. Jean-Marc Fournier deciding not to run again, but she is projected the winner in Saint-Laurent. We're also looking at the riding of Nelligan on the West Island, another new candidate when Martin Coiteux, public security minister, outgoing public security minister, decided not to run again. Moncef Daraji holding on to that seat for the Liberals. So, Deborah, the holds are on the island of Montreal so far, potentially in Laval, but we're going to have to see because some of these races, especially in Laval, are too close to call.
All right, thanks, Sean. The Parti Québécois just decimated tonight. We're going to go back out to Simon Nakanichny. You can barely hear the room behind you, Simon. A very, very bad night for the PQ.
Yeah, and in fact, the election broadcast here behind me on the television intermittently being cut by the DJ who starts playing music. It's like they just can't take the wave of bad news, and it's really just coming in one after another. A small bright spot just a few minutes ago when Véronique Yvon was projected as being re-elected in her riding of Joliette. That came up on the screen and people were cheering that. Of course, she's a bright spot in the party. But a lot of the supporters that I've just chatted with here said they expected something bad, but they just didn't see this type of a slap in the face coming. They said it was really rough, and some of them are saying that as hard as it is, looking at the CAQ result, they really think that this was about a CAQ win and the winds of change blowing over the province rather than delivering a rebuke to the PQ.
Simon Nakanichny with the PQ headquarters tonight. Let's go out to CAQ headquarters, where things are a lot different tonight. Cathy Senet has wrangled Éric Kerr, who was very much part of this election campaign and very much in the news. Cathy.
Yes, he was in the news. But, you know, Éric Kerr was elected first to office in 2007 with the ADQ. So you went through the end of the ADQ, you went through the birth of the CQ.
Yeah, we start that third voice a long time ago, and we work hard, and tonight we reap what we sow.
How do you feel? How do you feel personally, Mr. Kerr, after all those years?
Yeah, personally, it's an amazing moment. I'm waiting for that for so long, and tonight it's a reality. And obviously, the party now have to deliver what we promised to Quebecers.
Which is a big task ahead.
Yes, for sure, but I think we can. I think we have the team for that. I think the premier is probably the premier to deliver that kind of change.
Talk a bit about your campaign if you want. Yeah. You had a rough moment in your campaign.
It was a tough one. It was a tough one. It was the toughest campaign in my career, but I was pleased that the ethics commissioner for this loan, the $55,000 loan that you got from the mayor of L'Ancienne-Lorette. And it was delicate because you've been a critic of ethics. Yeah. You've been like the goon. Well, a goon is maybe a little bit.
But you were like basically criticizing your opponents, the other MNAs for lacking ethics, and then you were in this too.
Yeah, but the ethics commissioner said there is nothing wrong with the loan. It was a mistake. I always said it's a mistake for sure, but there is nothing wrong. And now my constituency speak loudly and clearly
with, I think, 57% of support, which is strong.
So the ethics commissioner gave you reason.
Yeah.
You know, everything is clear. But what did you get? What was the lessons that you...
To me, to be more prudent next time, if there's a next time, so I hope there is not, obviously, but to me, more prudent and take a step back before make that kind of decision.
Because I remember that we didn't see you for a few days on the campaign trail.
Yes, absolutely, for sure.
We could not see you.
Well, no, I did my campaign.
Well, there was a
I wasn't in the ground, and tonight, I think...
But I remember a barbecue with all the team. You were not there.
Oh, yeah, I was.
The CEQ?
For sure, I was.
There was a barbecue that you were not
Yes.
there.
Yes,
Okay.
I was there.
You were there
I promise, I was there.
Because I remember like seeing you when Mr. Legault was canvassing, and basically you took some time off, you took a step back.
Yes, because I worked with the ethics commissioner to make sure that she delivered a decision as fast as possible.
Is it important that citizens realize that you're a human being?
Yes, I'm a human being, and maybe a different man now.
Really? How?
Well, you know, first of all, we're now the government, so my task will change for sure. And I mean, maybe I have a different regard on my the way I will do my job.
What are your expectations regarding the cabinet?
Oh, I just want to take advantage of that moment, you know. As you said, it was a tough campaign, and tonight we're the next government, and I was reelected, I'm elected 5 times in a row, and with 57% of support, I think. So I just want to take advantage of that moment.
Do you want to taste the night?
Yes, I want.
Well, enjoy, all the best.
Thank
Good
you very
luck,
much.
because you've got lots of work ahead.
Yeah, I know.
And
I know.
we'll be there at the National Assembly to watch.
I've no doubt about that.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Deborah, we'll get back to you.
And I look forward to all of the reports that you will be doing from the National Assembly, Cathy, when the new session gets underway. One remarkable change that we're seeing on the landscape tonight is Outaouais. Nancy, it's gone light blue.
Never thought this would happen. Traditionally Liberal strongholds in the Outaouais. Now, the conventional wisdom has been these are people who live close to Ottawa, many federal civil servants or indirectly or directly employed by the federal government. So, of course, they would stick Liberal. But really, maybe the situation was that they were not comfortable voting for the alternate party, the Parti québécois. But once they were offered a party that was not sovereignist and was an alternate to the Liberals, they jumped on the CAQ. So Sean has some more details about some of those ridings, but it's pretty stunning to see that.
All right, thank you so much. Before we get over to Sean, I want to bring in Sudha Krishnan. She's with the Québec Solidaire headquarters, and you've got Eve Torres with you tonight.
That's right, Deborah. And right now, Gabriel Dubois is making a speech right now. But we want to speak with Eve Torres, who is running in the riding of Mount Royal. Liberals are leading. You're in third. But what is going through your mind right now when you look at the results?
Hi, alors, in my riding, I think so. It was with you an amazing race. I had normally we are second in our riding, and I think so we can show to the people that the citizen can trust. A woman like me can trust Québec Solidaire. I think so. This is a great. I had a big team, and we are here for stay for the next, for sure.
You see this self as the party building something.
Yeah, for sure. Today it's amazing. This is the first time that we have a lot of M&A here, and I think so. This is just the first step to make history for sure.
Obviously, there's a lot going on with Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois just speaking right now. Obviously, he was elected in Gouin, and there's been a lot of cheers in the room when we saw all the other all the other candidates. Catherine Dorion.
Andrés Fontecilla, Alexandre Leduc, Gabriel. On attend. We are waiting for Sol Zanetti, in Sherbrooke too, Christine Labrie, and we hope to have maybe 9 or 10 MNA. I think so. This is really a big story for Quebec Solidaire.
And I gather this sends a message that this has been a campaign where they've really tried to get out the vote.
Sorry?
They've really tried to get out the vote.
Yeah. This is after that we continue to work hard, because I know that this is just the start, the first step, and the next time I think so we have the balance, you know. I don't know. Thank you.
All right, that was Eve Torres, who is running in the riding of Mount Royal, speaking to us, and of course Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois just speaking to the public. And there's just been a lot of cheers here at Quebec Solidaire headquarters. Even though there are a lot of people who are not happy with the CEQ majority, this is for them a victory tonight, Deborah.
Thank you very much, Suda. As you were mentioning, they've picked up Taschereau. We're just learning now that they've picked up Montmorency, both in the Quebec City area. So the Quebec Solidaire is doing well off the island of Montreal, showing up on the leaderboard with 8 seats. But they had really hoped to make inroads off the island, and they've definitely done that tonight, haven't they, Eric?
Absolutely. They are really doing quite well in a lot of regions of the province, but their vote is coming out, especially where it is delivering them some seats. So let's look at how it's breaking down province-wide, because it is working out exactly as as Quebec Solidaire would have hoped for. They have, right now, they're leading or elected in 6 seats on the island of Montreal, 2 in Quebec City, and we're seeing very close races in Rouyn-Noranda, Témiscamingue, and in Sherbrooke. You can see the results here. They are in second place on the island of Montreal, and they have surpassed the Parti québécois in Western Quebec, so the Abitibi, Témiscamingue, and in the Outaouais, as well as in Central Quebec and in Quebec City. So in those regions, the Quebec Solidaire is surpassing Parti québécois as that option for sovereigntist progressive voters. 14.9% support. It almost doubles the 7.6% they had in the last election. So a very good showing for them tonight. Right now they're at 9, and they have surpassed the PQ in the seat count. So that is something to keep an eye on. They're not going to reach official party status, but the Parti québécois as well might also lose it. And a lot of that will be because of the inroads that Quebec Solidaire has made.
And Quebec Solidaire, the people I talked to said they were hoping for the seats on the island of Montreal, and they had their eyes on 3 seats outside the island of Montreal. It was Taschereau, actually more than 3, the Taschereau in Quebec City, of course. But they were also hoping for Rimouski, Rouyn, and Sherbrooke. Why? Because those cities all have universities or university campuses. And you can say young people don't go out and vote, but Quebec Solidaire had something called Operation Campus, and they were trying to get that vote out. It may not succeed in those ridings, but if you're looking at Quebec Solidaire doing well, it's because young people did go out and vote.
All right, let's thank you, Nancy. Let's go back out to Kate McKenna at Liberal headquarters in Montreal. Kate.
Deborah, I'm joined now by Christine St-Pierre. She is the newly re-elected MNA in Acadie for the Liberal Party, and I'm just wondering how you're feeling about this evening's results.
For Acadie, I'm very proud. Thank you to my voters. I'm very proud of this election because this is the 5th time I am re-elected in Acadie. But for the general election, I can tell you that I'm, of course, disappointed, very disappointed, but what we have to do is to respect the verdict of the population, and I congratulate all the candidates who were elected tonight. And we have to continue to work because we will have to play the role of official opposition. We have a strong party, we have a party with roots, so we will continue to work, and as an official opposition, we will be very strong.
what went so wrong in this campaign? I mean, the polls weren't even predicting the result that we have this evening. What went wrong?
I can't tell you tonight because this is your role to analyze the situation, but we will have to sit together and look at the situation and analyze the situation and to understand the message of the population. But tonight this is not the time to do that. The time is to look at the result and see that the fact that now we are the official opposition. But we are very proud of what we have done in the last 4 years. You know, the finances of Quebec are very strong. We had the balanced budgets. We have a credit quote which is very lower than it was. So I think that we have done a very, very good job. The house is clean, and what we have to do now is to make sure that as an official opposition, we play the role that the population of Quebec has decided to give us tonight.
Will you continue supporting your leader? Will you continue supporting Philippe Couillard, or would you like to see him step down?
Mr. Couillard has to be very proud of what he has done the last 4 years. So we will see. We'll go live, I think, in a few minutes. So we'll see. But we are very proud of our leader because he did a very, very, very good job in the last 4 years.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for your time. That is Christine St-Pierre, who is a newly re-elected MNA here in Montreal. And Deborah, we're still at the headquarters for the Liberals here in Montreal. Pretty somber mood, but there are people here. So we are hoping to hear from more newly elected MNAs as they come in.
All right, thanks so much, Kate. We're going to go back over to Sean Henry now, who has more results on Montreal Island. Sean, there are like 27 ridings on the island of Montreal, so Liberals tend to do extremely well.
Yes.
Western part of Montreal.
Yes.
How's it looking right now?
Well, it seems that is holding. We're going to start with Jacques Cartier on the West Island. Gregory Kelly, son of Jeffrey Kelly, projected the winner in that riding, leading by quite a strong margin. We're also looking at the riding of Marguerite Bourgeois. Hélène David running in this riding for the first time. Her former riding of Outremont merged with Mount Royal, so she was looking for a riding to run in. The Liberals put her there. It's a stronghold. They were comfortable doing that. Verdun, right next door. Isabelle Melançon, outgoing environment minister, won that seat in a by-election, holding on to that seat for the Liberals tonight, fending off the Québec Solidaire and PQ candidate. Westmount St. Louis, also a new candidate in this riding. Jennifer Macaron, the former president of the Quebec English School Boards Association, running in that riding. Deborah, believe it or not, this is the first time a woman was elected in that riding. Even when the riding was separately Westmount and St. Louis, it's always been a male. Jennifer Macaron, the first woman to be MNA for that riding.
Oh, wow. All right. Thank you, Sean. We're going to head back to St. Félicien and Sarah Levitt, where you are continuing to follow the results with the Liberal Party there. What's it like right now?
Well, pretty much the same as when we spoke earlier. Very, very quiet. There was one moment, a few cheers. There's only about 30, 40 people here, but there was the cheers when they saw that Philippe Couillard was re-elected in his riding of Roberval. Other than that, though, they're just watching as these results come in. Obviously, really not happy with what's happened tonight. There were a few groans as the televisions showed François Legault celebrating. I think the general mood here is I think it's safe to say, depressed.
Sarah, thank you very much. I want to bring your attention to the leaderboard one more time because the PQ and Quebec Solidaire have flipped once again. Quebec Solidaire out in front at 10, so not looking like PQ will retain their party status in the National Assembly. So once again, a devastating night for the Parti Québécois. Nancy Wood has some more results for us.
Yeah,
now.
we can take a look at where the Quebec Solidaire is doing well. You know, I was mentioning Rouyn-Noranda, university town, and how they were hoping to make inroads there and that it didn't seem to be working. Well, it is, in fact. Right now, they are ahead, but it's a very slight lead. But Quebec Solidaire ahead by 63. CAQ in second place. PQ in third place. And let's take a look at some of the other areas where Quebec Solidaire is doing well. In the Quebec City area, when we zip in there, it's not a surprise that they would be looking at Taschereau doing well, gaining there. But what is a surprise is Jean Lesage. Now, people in Quebec have heard about this riding because that's where Gertrude Bourdon was running. Now, she was the person that Philippe Couillard swore would be the health minister because the former health minister, Gaétan Barrette, was so unpopular. A lot of people wondered whether she could win that riding, though, even if the Liberals did win. She's running in third place, and Saul Zanetti, who is a popular young Quebec Solidaire candidate, is leading there, and it's not a lead of 1 or 2 points. I mean, over 100 polls reporting. He's got a lead of almost 200. What's interesting here, too, though, is that there was some thinking that maybe Gertrude Bourdon, who is a health administrator, head of the University Hospital complex in Quebec City, wanted a guarantee, you know, I'm in cabinet or I'm not an MNA, that she's not the kind of person who would have been sitting in opposition. She'll just go back to the healthcare sector right now.
All right, thank you, Nancy. We're talking about an upset in Jean Lesage, and there are other upsets to take a look at now.
Yeah, we're looking at places where that could happen too. So let's look at the riding of, I believe, Soulanges is the first riding we have. That's right, Lucie Charlebois leading by just a bit. This is a Liberal stronghold. Marilyn Picard is the CAQ candidate. She is the mother of a severely disabled child. Her child's disability doesn't even have a name. It has a number. She petitioned Lucie Charlebois for more services, got it, and then ended up running against her. We're also looking at the riding of Abitibi West. CAQ in the lead right now. This has been a PQ stronghold since the party first took power in 1976. Suzanne Blais in the lead. Sylvain Vachon trying to hold it for the PQ. 67 votes. Rouyn Noranda, Nancy just mentioned, this was a fight between the Liberals and the Parti Québécois last time. Look, they're both in third and fourth place. The race right now is between Quebec Solidaire and the CAQ, a lead of 118 with the majority of the polls reporting. So this is going to go down to the wire. And Jean Lesage, we just mentioned it, but it's worth mentioning again, because now Gertrude Bourdon has at least moved up into second place in this riding. Saul Zanetti now leading by 45 votes. You know, in the last election, there were quite a few ridings that were won by fewer than 1,000 votes. It looks like tonight there may be ridings that will be won by less than 500 or maybe even 100 votes.
That's incredible. All right, back out to PQ headquarters now. The PQ sitting at 10 on our leaderboard now. Simon, what's going on there? It's got to be very, very quiet and not much going on. Are people sticking around, waiting for speeches and that kind of thing at this point?
Not everybody. We have seen people leave already. And I mean, people here are watching history being made, and not in a good way. This is a party that has shaped so much public policy here in Quebec over the past few decades. A proud party basically being wiped off the map. I mean, Berthier, Bertrand, Taillon, Chicoutimi, all gone. Jean-Martin Hasson is not going to win. Carole Poirier and Hochelaga Maisonneuve is gone. And of course, the leader is in tough, really tough tonight in his home riding of Rosemont. Jean-François Lisée and Vincent Marissal from Quebec Solidaire. That is one that really is close and could fall. Now, there was some applause here when Véronique Yvon came on the screen. Véronique Yvon won her riding in Joliette. There was a lot of applause from the audience and a sense that maybe Véronique Yvon is the type of person that the PQ needs moving forward. So one small bright spot in really otherwise a disastrous night here.
All right, Simon Akonechny with the PQ tonight. Thank you very much. We're just seeing a press release from the PMO, from the Prime Minister's office tonight. Justin Trudeau sending his congratulations now to François Legault for his win, a commanding win here in Quebec. He also thanked Philippe Couillard for his service. So a note to François Legault tonight from the Prime Minister in Ottawa. interesting. The auto, of course, that was definitely a story during the campaign as well, as Isabelle Bray, who is François Legault's wife, suggested that she questioned the Prime Minister's intelligence, or at least suggested that perhaps his father was much brighter than he was. So this will be an interesting dynamic as a government is set up in Quebec, and the two will have to meet and work together.
And it is the loss of another key ally for Justin Trudeau. Philippe Couillard, Kathleen Wynne earlier this year, and Brian Gallant in New Brunswick just last week, although that's still in question whether he will remain as premier. But the premier's table used to be a lot more liberal, a lot more red, and it's turning blue. This is a teal blue. We'll see how it works out, but certainly a changing landscape for Justin Trudeau to deal with.
It's one of the things we haven't really discussed here in Quebec is how would federal provincial relations be under CEQ government. They say they are nationalist but have no intention of moving towards sovereignty. They just think that Quebec should have more powers in areas like immigration. So we'll see. Quebec already has a lot of powers in terms of immigration. They'd also like to have more taxation power, which the federal government, I think, is going to be pretty reluctant to hand over.
They would like those dollars.
Yes. Every province would like more of that.
Well, there is Philippe Couillard making his way, I can only imagine, towards the stage where he will make his speech tonight. He's there with his wife, and they've been through a lot together, these two, throughout 39 days of this campaign. We don't often see his wife out at public events, but during this campaign, she's been by his side, and he is, well, there you go, hugging people as he makes his way through the crowd. It's got to be a major blow to Philippe Couillard, who, you know, he really did do his best for the province. He thought that what he was doing in terms of the economy was for the best, but people didn't see it that way, that austerity was too much for them to handle, and didn't forgive him for that after 2 difficult years, even though that he did start spending once again. They just weren't willing to let that go. I want to bring in Sarah Levitt, who is in the crowd there as Philippe Couillard makes his way towards the stage tonight. Sarah, what are you seeing from where you are right now?
Well, Couillard is slowly making his way. He's saying hello to some of his supporters. And, you know, he really relied in this election on his track record, and he thought that would be enough to get him elected. He's walking through the crowd now, making sure that he says hi to every single supporter that made their way here. He's smiling right now, doesn't seem entirely upset, but, you know, he has to put on a good face for the people that came out here tonight. Looks like he's getting ready to speak now.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Good evening to Quebec. Thank you. I'd like to thank constituents from Roberval who proved their trust. That always makes me very proud. Congratulations to Dominique Denez-Trudeau and my other candidates, the other candidates, for their commitment. Thank you very much to all volunteers. I cannot name you all. Lynn Perron, the president of the association, and all those who gave of their time the most precious thing we have. The team worked hard and non-stop to organize this great campaign. Suzanne has always been at my side. Always at my side. She did the bus. She was on the bus. Good thing she was with me. It was a source of constant comfort. My children, our grandchildren, who inspire our vision of Quebec for tomorrow. Thank you to the young people. Lots of young candidates are across Quebec tonight, and that's great news for Quebec. And thank you to all those who voted for the first time. Your commitment is important. Please continue to fight for what you believe in. I have always done that. Thank you to our solid team of candidates. I'm very proud of you. You had a fantastic campaign. Thank you, and congratulations to candidates from other parties. This evening, We are feeling the pain of defeat in some cases and the euphoria of victory in others. But everybody has allowed Quebecers to determine their future. Dear supporters, the Liberal Party of Quebec is a big party, a great party, knowing how to evolve with our society. For the past 150 years, we have adapted to realities, we have taken steps forward, and we will continue to defend our ideas, our fundamental values, our vision of our society. This is one of my sources of pride. I have never minimized my values and my principles, and I'm very proud of that. I want to congratulate Mr. Lisée and Ms. Massé for their campaigns. They are people who are convinced. We saw Mr. Nadeau-Dubois, and congratulations to Mr. Legault on his victory. Unequivocal victory. Quebecers clearly indicated their desire for change, and he is here now to continue Quebec's growth. I told him that I would collaborate, my team would collaborate in order to facilitate the transition. I hope that his government will have all the success that Quebec deserves. Despite our significant differences in opinion, we are all Quebecers. We must remain united. We are stronger united. This evening, like at any election, the population decided. And in politics, you need to know how to taste victory and accept defeat. These are the two facets of democracy. I'm not bitter. Please don't be. I'm proud. I'm proud. I'm proud, and you should be as well. Without any doubt, it has been my greatest honor to serve Quebecers as the Premier of Quebec. I continued my mandate to the best of my capacities. I served Quebecers with my whole heart. I love Quebec, as all of us. In 4 years, we gave Quebec the freedom to choose. The progress that we made has been remarkable. I think we will all remember. Today, Quebec pays $1 billion less to foreign banks. $1 billion less. Those dollars we can put into hospitals and schools. We're not looking for jobs anymore. We're now looking for workers. Our public coffers are in good shape and will be in good shape for a long time. We have margins and means. Guiding Quebec throughout this period with an extraordinary team has been wonderful. And we did what we said we would do. Please remember that. Together, we did what we had to do. We established a foundation to make Quebec more prosperous, more fair, and more ecologically friendly. We are now Quebec seen with respect as a province improving on all levels. We are now Quebec that we can all be proud of. So, my head is high at the end of this mandate as Premier. Believe me, I leave Quebec in a much better state than I found it in 2015. I am proud of what we've done. I'm confident in our future. I'm convinced that our commitment is the right one. This evening, each vote counted. As of tomorrow and for every single day following, each voice will count. An election is a means, not an end. Our commitment is to Quebec, for all Quebecers from all origins, to make one single people, with an open, inclusive, modern vision of our society for the future.
To my fellow English-speaking Quebecers, I want to say, you are like us, first-class Quebecers. Stay with us. Build our Quebec with all Quebecers. Yes, French is our official language. English is not a foreign language in Quebec. You have always been among us, part of our history. Ce soir, bien sûr, on accepte le choix de la population.
Of course, we accept the
Il est clair qu'à
population's
titre de chef de
decision.
notre parti, je
It
dois
is clear
accepter
that
la
as the leader
responsabilité
of the
du
party,
résultat de ce soir.
I need to accept the responsibility
devrais
of the
donc
results
entreprendre
of
une
this
réflexion
evening.
sur mon avenir
Therefore, I will have to consider
Afin de
my
réduire la
personal
période
future.
d'instabilité qui en résultera,
In order
cette
to
réflexion sera
reduce the
courte,
instability,
quelques
I will
jours
take
maximum.
only a few days to think about
Chers
my
amis,
future. Dear
je vous laisse
friends,
sur ces mots.
I will leave you with these
Un
words.
parti ou un gouvernement ne
A
peuvent
party
prétendre
or
fabriquer
government
l'avenir.
cannot attempt to
Plutôt à
manufacture the
façonner
future.
aujourd'hui
They can
la
only
société qui
shape
le fera
today.
en lui donnant
The
les moyens de ses
society
rêves.
will then
J'ai confiance en
create
notre avenir.
its future.
J'ai
I trust our
confiance en le
future.
Québec.
I trust
J'ai
Quebec.
confiance en notre
I
peuple.
trust
Et
our
haut et
people.
fort. Merci, bonne
And
soirée.
I shout this loud from the rooftops. Thank you very much.
And there's Philippe Couillard embracing his wife and making quite a speech tonight. First of all, saying that he will reflect on the future of his career, whether he'll stay or go, and he will have an answer for people in the next few days. He spoke in English, speaking specifically and directly to the Anglophone community, saying, Anglophones are first-class citizens in Quebec. Stay with us. English is not a foreign language. Things that he said during the election campaign, said over and over to the Anglophone community. He is, of course, an avowed federalist and a uniter within this country. He says that he's leaving as premier with his head held high. And he got up on that stage tonight, appearing as though he felt sort of relieved, in a sense, that he was much calmer than I've seen him in quite some time.
Yeah, did not seem angry, did not seem bitter, said he wasn't bitter and told people, Liberal supporters, Liberal workers, that they shouldn't be. But, you know, to be honest, also essentially took credit for the CAQ's win there, saying if Quebecers were in the position to be able to choose, it was because of him, because he had got things in order. So the CAQ should take that momentum and run with it now, but it was because of him.
And yeah, but you know, maybe there was a sense of relief, but also there was a sense that I think that he didn't think it was going to be this bad. Because when you're looking at these results, again, this is the worst share of the vote that this party has ever taken, and the lowest seat count since 1976, which was, of course, a significant election for Quebec. If we look at how things break down for the Liberals regionally, you can really see how their numbers just didn't come out. The only area that they led was on the island of Montreal, but even there, they were down 16 points to 43%. Everywhere else, they're at 27% or lower. They were in third place in the region north of Montreal and in eastern Quebec. Some very significant decreases in support, and this is really, again, historically poor performance for the Liberals, and I think a lot lower, certainly than the polls were showing by the end of the campaign, but a lot lower than I think a lot of people would have expected, including people within the Quebec Liberal Party.
You were talking earlier about the Liberal Party itself and how it sort of needs to reflect about the party itself, the leaders that they choose. Anybody come to mind that could pick up?
Well, there are a few out there. I mean, Pierre Moreau is a possibility. They're not André Fortin, who
might not get elected.
He's in trouble. Yeah, that we thought was he's on my list because I thought, well, that's a sure riding. He's a very bright young cabinet minister. We'll see if he can hold on. He was the transport minister. But there's no one really standing out. And at this point, you have to sort of say, well, who wants to take over this party? I mean, somebody will. It's still a natural governing party. You'd think they can eke something out here. But it makes me wonder, too, about Philippe Couillard saying he'll stay on for a few days and what that plan is. Does he run it by his caucus? Does he look and see, is there anything else I can do in life? Does he evaluate? We saw by his financial records, he's not a wealthy man. So I don't know whether he will depend on that transition package, which he wouldn't get, as you point out, if he leaves right away. So whether he has to stick around for that.
Mind you, being a neurosurgeon,
but he
will be able to get work.
I don't think it's something you can take 10 years off and just go back to.
No, but just having those credentials at least probably.
I should just correct myself. André Fortin, we have projected that he was being elected. I was thinking of the riding of Papineau, and one of those ridings that we really didn't expect the CEQ to be winning, where the Liberals have lost 3 of the ridings in the Outaouais region, but Pontiac, where André Fortin is not one of those. So he
there
could
you
be
go.
then
Okay.
a candidate for the leadership.
For now, yeah.
We've got some more ridings to look at right now, don't we?
Yeah, we're going to look at some of the ridings that resisted the blue wave, and we're going to start with Anjou Louis Riel. Lise Thériault, re-elected. She is now the Dean of the National Assembly, having served uninterrupted since 2002, won that seat in a by-election back then. We're also looking at the riding of, I believe it is Jean Talon. Sébastien Proulx, outgoing education minister, resisted the blue wave in the Quebec City area. The CAQ is really hoping Joël Boutin would take that seat. Maurice Richard, another tight race. Marie Montpetit projected the winner, fending off a candidate in Raphaël Rebello, who is a Cégep teacher at Cégep Ahuntsic, and he was hoping that youth vote would turn out. And as Eric mentioned, Pontiac in the Outaouais resisted the blue wave. Outgoing transport minister André Fortin winning that riding quite handily. Viau also holding off the blue wave. That is France Benjamin. So we can tell you, folks in Montreal, there will be at least 2 by-elections in the municipal council because France Benjamin, municipal city councillor, leaving, going to the National Assembly, and Chantal Rouleau, apparently borough mayor for Pointe-aux-Trembles, Rivière-des-Prairies, also leaving tonight, headed to the National Assembly.
Okay, thanks, Sean. You've got some more pickups in places too, Nancy.
We thought we'd look at where Quebec Solidaire had done well. And let's take a look at, actually, we're going to go to the Eastern Townships. That is the riding of Sherbrooke, Jean Charest's old riding, and the Quebec Solidaire lead there is substantial. She hasn't yet declared elected, but with 71 polls out of 170, more than 1,000 lead right there. And let's look at the island of Montreal, which is another big area for Quebec Solidaire, where they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ridings that they've got. Laurier-Dorion was a big gain for them. This was the riding where Jerry Sklavounos was the MNA. He had to resign because of a bit of a sexual harassment scandal, if not sexual assault scandal, where everything was denied, but he was out of caucus. He resigned. George Sansitros was his chief of staff and basically ran the invisible campaign, refused to do interviews with anyone. André Fontecilla is a prominent Quebec Solidaire candidate, so he did well there. Let's take a look at the Quebec City region, which is another area where Quebec Solidaire did well. We were expecting the riding of Taschereau, but they've also, they're doing well in Jean Lesage. Let's see if they're officially elected there or not. It's still just a lead, and it's pretty close, but Saul Zanetti, another Quebec Solidaire candidate, doing well. And of course, as we mentioned, there is in the Abitibi, the Rouyn-Noranda, which is a university town where Quebec Solidaire was hoping to do well, leading, but that is tight. Under fewer than 100 votes separating them, but we've got most of the polls reporting. That's going to be a race I think we're going to have to watch all night.
Yeah, a couple of horse races that we'll be following for the next couple of hours, for sure. We were talking about the devastation for the Parti Québécois. More bad news for the Parti Québécois tonight, as we've learned that their leader has now been defeated by Vincent Marissal. So Jean-François Lisée goes down to Vincent Marissal. Big lead there for him at 1271. I was just talking to Jean-François Lisée last week, who was telling me that his polls were telling him that he was 10 points up on Vincent Marissal. So trying to put out a good spin there, but ultimately he has gone down to defeat. Quite a devastating night for Jean-François Lisée.
It's got to be tough. He is brilliant, you know. I know it probably doesn't look like it right now, but he has a long history of being a speechwriter, a strategist, a journalist, an author, ran a think tank, a very smart guy, and, you know, really started off the campaign on a high, huge rallies, lots of support. The PQ has a huge base, the most donations on a personal level of any party, and he really seemed to be tapping into that. He was having fun with the campaign, and then it just got kind of grimmer and grimmer as it went along. The PQ was supposed to merge with Quebec Solidaire, trying to consolidate sovereignist forces in Quebec. That didn't work out because Quebec Solidaire said no. Now I look at it, why would Quebec Solidaire say yes? They've got the wind in their sails. The PQ just seems to be sinking. So what is the future of this party? It's just gone from looking pretty good at the beginning of the campaign, although, you know, even then people were saying they might have fewer than 10 seats, to, you know, a terrible night.
And right now, we're only seeing 2 percentage points separating Parti Québécois from Quebec Solidaire province-wide. A gain of 8 points for Quebec Solidaire, a loss of 8 points for the Parti Québécois. So exactly, even though Quebec Solidaire might end up with a tie in seats or just narrowly behind in the popular vote, they have the wind in their sails, as you say, and I would think if there was any merger talks, they would have a lot of power at the bargaining table.
Probably. You know, it's really interesting to see, too, that the two established parties, the Liberals and the PQ, are the two parties tonight that will be looking inward and trying to figure out what went wrong, where do we go, what is our future? You know, big existential questions for these two parties tonight.
Just goes to show, once you take sovereignty off the table as an issue and people have a choice based on policy, it opens everything up.
And you have more a solid majority of Quebecers voting for these two new parties that have never governed the province before.
All right, let's go out to Simon Akonechny, who's with the Parti Québécois headquarters tonight. Simon.
Yeah, well, you mentioned existential questions. There's kind of an existential dread here setting in. It's very difficult to talk to anybody. Nobody really wants to talk. And, you know, as Nancy mentioned earlier about Québec Solidaire having sort of the upper hand, well, I spoke to one young member here who's a youth organizer, and she said that she would love at this point to form an alliance with Québec Solidaire, but she's concerned that why would Québec Solidaire want to form an alliance with the PQ? And, you know, I'm really reminded of a moment in the campaign when Jean-François Lisée met with Vincent Marissal on Rosemont. Jean-François Lisée had this giant media campaign, or giant media caravan following him, journalists. Vincent Marissal was in a little Québec Solidaire tent handing out buttons on the street, and Lisée kind of made a power move, went up to him and shook his hand, and you saw the big PQ campaign machine and this Marissal just handing out buttons on the street. Well, the tables have really turned here. Lisée defeated in his riding. Marissal will carry the banner for Rosemont. And at this point, I mean, it's hard to see how Lisée continues, especially with Véronique Yvon winning. There's probably going to be some sort of a sea change here after the shock has worn off.
Simon, thank you very much. You know, this has been a big election for women in Quebec. Of all of the parties, the four main parties, 47% of the candidates have been women. So have they made gains in this election? Well, yes, indeed. 44 have been elected with a lead of 8. So there is a change there of 18, but 44 is the projection for election. So 41 women elected was the record that was set back in 2012. That there were 37 women MNAs in the last National Assembly at dissolution. So there are definitely gains there, and a record high of elected MNAs going to Quebec City. So a good night for women, and a good night for CAQ women with 24 elected. And Sean, you've got more women candidates.
We'll show you where they won. We're going to start with Louis Hébert. And the reason we're starting with Louis Hébert because Geneviève Guilbeault, former spokesperson for the coroner's office, won that seat in a by-election last year, and that was a sign of things to come for the party, beating off Guillemot Perron. Repentigny, Lille-la-Vallée won this seat in a tight race in the last election, not as tight this time, fending off Éric Tremblay, a doctor from St. Mary's Hospital. Nathalie Roy, elected since the CAQ formed a party in 2012. This is her third election. You heard Kathy spoke to her tonight, and she said, it's not over till it's over. It is over. She was reelected. Danielle McCann was the director of Montreal Public Health. She is running in Sanguinet in the South Shore, projected winner. And as we had said before, in the CAQ government, she could be a potential health minister. Remember, all the parties said, Deborah, that if they were to form governments, no more doctors as health ministers.
All right, thank you, Sean. And speaking of cabinet, François Legault Trudeau has said that he would have parity in his cabinet. He is talking about 20 to 25 members of cabinet, and you've got to think that some of those names that Sean just mentioned, whether Geneviève Guilbeault or Danielle McCann, would be in that cabinet.
Yeah, there are a few others as well. We were talking earlier about Sonia Lebel, who made her name in Quebec by being one of the prosecutors for the Charbonneau Commission into corruption. Isabelle Charret, former chef de mission for the Canadian Olympic team in Pyeongchang. Marguerite Blais, who was an extremely popular minister with the Liberals before she left politics and then came back with the CAQ. She was a minister responsible for seniors. She could be back. But there are other names. Joël Boutin, a marketing strategist. Nadine Giraud, who's an organizational change specialist. Maybe we need that in Quebec. We've also got Marie-Chantal Chassé, CEO of an aeronautics company. So there are a lot of people out there, a lot of women, very qualified. We gather that it'll be maybe a smaller cabinet, but he has said that parity is the goal.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, why don't we take a look at some more of the prominent candidates that are in this race tonight?
Yeah, we'll look at some of those who did win their seats. Lapinière, Gaétan Barrette, projected winner in Lapinière in Brossard. We didn't hear very much from Gaétan Barrette during this campaign. He was very active on social media, but during the campaign, the party just didn't put him out there. Because he probably would have caused him a little bit of trouble. But Vachon, Yann Lafrenière, former spokesperson for Montreal Police. This riding was won by 176 votes in the last election. Definitely not the case this time. Really comfortable lead, projected winner in Vachon on the South Shore. Joliette, Véronique Yvon, deputy leader of the Parti québécois, holding on to her seat tonight. And this must be a sigh of relief for the Parti québécois that she actually did hold on to her seat now that Jean-François Lisée, the leader of the Parti québécois, lost in Rosemont. And Champlain, we just talked about her. Sonia Lebel, former prosecutor for the Charbonneau Commission in Champlain in the Mauricie. She won that seat quite handily tonight, fending off the Liberal incumbent. Deborah, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much. We're going to take a trip out to Quebec Solidaire headquarters with Sudha Krishnan right now. Cheers there again.
All right. Okay, well, you can see hear the cheers in the room because Vincent Marissal just walked in and he's about to make a speech because this is quite something. The former political columnist for Le Presse defeating the leader of the Parti québécois, Jean-François Lisée. Let you take a look. Quite a bit of energy in this at Quebec Solidaire headquarters.
All right, we just lost that image for a second. It's gone black. And Nancy, I just want to bring you in on this because that was quite a moment for Vincent Marissal, was it not? To see him so jubilant and, you know, a raucous crowd. And
it's funny because I always have to say conflict of interest. I knew him as a journalist.
I know, exactly.
We all know each other. We hang out as journalists, and he was a very smart political journalist. Started off as a Quebec Solidaire candidate with a bit of a bump because he left La Presse and then, you know, apparently shopped around a little bit. Was approached by the federal Liberals, talked to them, then went to Quebec Solidaire and was not transparent about this, and then afterwards admitted he should have been. He obviously was interested in some kind of political career. He did run, Simon was just talking about handing out buttons under a tent. He ran a very grassroots campaign in Rosemont. He was not a parachuted candidate. That's where he lives. That's where he wanted to run. And people thought it was kind of crazy. You know, he was a very good candidate for the party to grab. Why put him in a riding where he would have a tough time winning? He did it. So there you go.
Apparently all that second-guessing of Vincent Marissal's decisions was not really well put because in the end it seems to be working out for him. But you saw that crowd. You'd think that they formed the government. They're very excited to have 10 seats in a majority government. But certainly it is a big night.
It is a huge night for them.
Big night for Quebec Solidaire.
Absolutely. Okay, I want to go back out to Kate McKenna, who is with Dominique Anglade, who was a minister, of course, in Philippe Couillard's cabinet. Kate.
Deborah, I am, as you mentioned, here with Dominique Anglade, re-elected tonight. Congratulations. We just heard a few minutes ago Philippe Couillard saying that he is reflecting on his political future. Your name, of course, being one that was discussed as a possible leader for the Liberal Party. Is a leadership something that you're considering?
Well, this is definitely not something we're looking at right now. We have a leader, and it's Philippe Couillard, and I think it's important that he has this whole thinking about this. He does this whole thinking and reflection. But again, it was a privilege for me to work for Philippe Couillard, and it will be a privilege in the future for me to work for him, assuming that he will decide to stay with us.
I was watching just a few minutes ago. You were speaking with supporters here, hugging them, talking to them. How are you feeling this evening?
Well, for sure. So first of all, I'm happy about the election, my election in Saint-Henri-Sainte-Anne. But of course, we look at the results. They are disappointing. But you know what? The Liberal Party is strong. The Liberal Party has elected a number of good candidates. And if you look at the people that were candidates with us, very, very good caliber. So we know that we will be able to be a strong opposition, a responsible opposition for the next 4 years.
Something that Mr. Arcand said a few minutes ago when he was addressing the crowd kind of stuck with me. He said that he mentioned minorities. He said standing up for minorities is not always popular, but it is something the Liberal Party does. Do you think that your position on immigration cost you this election?
I'll leave the analysis to the people that are specialists in doing so. What I think is important that we're really true to who we are and to the values, and that's what really attracted me with the Liberal Party is the set of values that really guide the decisions that we make, and that's really the only thing that matters at this point. Is in politics you have to be ready to face difficult times, but as long as you're true to what you really believe in, that's what matters.
On that note, you joined the Liberal Party after being part of the CAQ. Are you regretting that choice this evening?
There's not a day that I regret that I left the CAQ for the Liberal Party. Not a single day.
Right. Thank you very much, Deborah. That was Dominique Anglade, newly re-elected MNA for Saint-Henri-Sainte-Anne.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to bring Nancy Wood back in. You're looking at regions right now and the Laval area.
Yeah, Laval at the beginning of the evening looked like it was going along with the CAQ wave, but now when we look, there's only one seat that is CAQ, and that is St. Rose, which is a gain for them. But Sean was talking about, the Chomedey, of course, is the riding where Guy Ouellet, who was a controversial MNA, who was actually arrested by the anti-corruption squad, but never charged with anything, and just last week contested those search warrants and won. But let's go back to Laval and take a look at another riding that we thought would be the bellwether riding, because it usually is, and it was going the CAQ way, but right now it is narrowly being held by the Liberals. So it does look like Laval did stay red, like the island of Montreal did, but there is one CAQ seat there.
All right, thank you, Nancy. Back out to Gatineau with CAQ. You're with Marguerite Blais, who must be elated tonight.
Hi, Deborah. I am with Marguerite Blais, who's been re-elected. This is the 5th time. This is your 5th mandate.
Yeah.
Would you believe it?
5th election, yeah.
5th election?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I have a little bit of experience, but it was my first experience outside of Montreal.
That's
in Montreal, I had only one mayor. And in Prévost, I have to work with 6 mayors. 2 préfets.
That's a lot.
That's a difference. 6 cities.
Let's go back, Mrs. Blais, because I mean, you took first office in 2007.
That's right.
Okay, so you've been re-elected in 2007, 2008, 2012, 2015, and then 2015. 14, you've been re-elected. 15, you got retired.
The 15th of September, I quit the National Assembly. My husband got sick, he died, and it was very difficult for me. I was a caregiver. Yeah. And after that, when I came back to work at the National Assembly, I wasn't there anymore.
And you were not responsible for the seniors anymore?
No, but it was not only the reason. All kind of things that I don't want to talk, because it's like between me and Monsieur Couillard.
Okay? Let's keep it that way. But I decided it was time for me to retire, and I wrote a book, and I did conference about caregivers, and I was seeing people who were crying during the conference, and I said, hey, they need respite. They need to be more services. So I wrote a second book that was launched on the 22nd of August. I didn't have time to do the how do we say
The promotion?
The promotion, because the election were launched on the 20th, the next day. So in the last chapter of the book, I was asking the political party to do a national policy for caregivers. And that's why I came back, because François Legault that I met, when I said to him, the only reason why I would come back in policy is for that. And because we need services for people who are living in CHSLD. And we don't have enough, money for people who are living in their home. Otherwise, I don't want to come back. I'm retired. I'm a grandmother. So I want to stay home. So he said, okay, we will do it. I said, I want you to say it in front of the camera. I want people to believe you. So he did it. It was an engagement. So I said to myself, if you don't win in Prévost, doesn't matter. Because what you want, the national policy will be done by, if it becomes a prime minister,
So we should expect that in the first year, perhaps, of the mandate of Mr. Legault?
Of course.
Last question.
Well, maybe I'm not going to be responsible for that. I don't know. That's the prerogative of the Prime Minister.
Any thoughts about Couillard, Mr. Couillard, thinking about his future as a former Liberal minister?
Well, it's always sad for people who are losing. In life, there is winners, there is loser, and it's always sad. He lost. And one of the reasons, perhaps, is Mr. Couillard is a very, 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 very intelligent person. But he's really in his head. And people need a lot of emotion.
Mrs. Blair, we're going to leave you with this. Let's go back to this nice evening for you. Enjoy with
Can I say one word?
Yes.
Thank you to all the volunteers who worked for everybody during this election.
Well, on those words, we'll get back to you, Deborah.
Thank you very much, Cathy Senet, with Marguerite Blais, who is ecstatic tonight, quite clearly. She was talking about a little bit of bad blood that she's had in the past with Philippe Couillard, but didn't want to go into that. I want to just bring up some more congratulations coming in from Ottawa tonight from Andrew Scheer, of the leader of the Conservative Party, as well as Jagmeet Singh, the head of the NDP. Andrew Scheer saying he's looking forward to working with Mr. Legault in the future and wishes him well. Eric, still some races out there that are still too close to call.
We're still waiting on 13 ridings. We haven't made any projections yet in terms of who's going to win them. And you can see that there are a lot of close ones. And it really hangs in the balance for the Parti Québécois, that official party status, because if they can flip Gaspé, where they're only behind by 19 votes, and Bourget, where they're behind by 95, then they would get up to that 12 mark. But it also means that they have to hold on to Ungava, Île-de-la-Madeleine, and Duplessis, where they are ahead by very narrow margins. And Laval des Rapides, we talked about that bellwether one. Maybe it could still flip. Maybe it'll hold on to that title. We'll have to wait and see. But we're still waiting to make some calls in 13 ridings. Still too close for us to determine who will be the next M&A for those ridings.
All right, let's take a look at some of those tight races then.
Yeah, well, Marguerite Blais, very happy tonight, very comfortable. Other people sitting on the edge of their seats still. We will start on the island of Montreal and Bourget. Makakoto for the Parti Québécois in second place. As Eric mentioned, a very slim lead between him and the CAQ candidate, Richard Campos. This is Richard Campos' third time running for election and hoping to take that seat from Makakoto on the island of Montreal. Gaspé, Alexandre Boulay leading by a slim margin, 19 votes, 118 out of 132 reporting. The Parti Québécois was hoping to hold on to that seat. the Liberals, on the other hand, hoping to hold on to Île-de-la-Madeleine, but it seems like it's the Parti québécois that's in the lead with former journalist Joël Arsenault in the lead, 41 votes. I think we have one more riding to look at. I believe it's Laval-des-Rapides. Yes, Laval-des-Rapides. We should watch this riding because it has been bellwether riding by Excellent. Will that hold tonight? Well, we don't know because Sao Paulo is in the lead, and as we saw tonight, the Liberals will be forming the official opposition. I note a lot of ridings where the candidates are leading by fewer than 100 votes.
It's a very, several races, as Eric was saying, 13 races, still very, very tight right now. We're going to go back out to Kate McKenna, who's with the Liberals, and one riding that is not tight at all is Westmount, where Jennifer Macaron was running, Kate.
Yes, I'm with Jennifer Macaron now. She did win by a decisive margin in Westmount St. Louis, and a lot of our viewers will already know her as the former Quebec English School Boards Association president. So congratulations on your win, Jennifer. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's bittersweet. Happy to have won in my riding, but of course disappointed that we're moving into a minority government.
I guess what a lot of our audience would be curious about is what your position is on the CAQ's promise to abolish school boards. Is that something that your opposition party will be fighting against?
Absolutely. Nothing changes despite that we're in a minority position. The right to manage and control our school boards from a minority community is constitutional, and they will not be successful in their fight to abolish school boards.
So their perspective is that because parents will still be involved in building the governing boards of the schools, that it is in fact constitutional, but you don't agree with that.
It's clear that the CAQ has zero understanding of what the definition of a school board is. The school board is comprised of an entire community, not just a head office, which is already a service center in the schools. It includes the parents, it includes community members, it includes students, teachers. Everybody is part of a school board. You are part of a school board. The right to manage and control your democratic rights are not rights that can be thrown away, and that's a right that's guaranteed for the Anglophone community. A right is a right is a right. It also belongs to the Francophone community, and that's something that people need to take seriously.
So you obviously won your seat. I'm wondering if you feel like you would be more helpful in terms of fighting for school boards in your old job or in your new job.
I think that it's a collective effort, so whether it's this role or a different title, at the end of the day, what this community has shown me is the ability to work together. We're going to continue to do that regardless of the hats or the titles that everybody wears. This is a fight that needs to happen on the ground together.
All right, I want to thank you for your time. Thank you very much. That was Jennifer Macaron, the new MNA for Westmount St. Louis.
Kate, thank you so much. You were talking about school boards, and that's very much an issue for the Anglophone community. School boards a big issue also as we move forward for the French community too. The CAQ is talking about changing those boards from actual school boards into service centers, and then also eliminating school elections. So school board elections.
Well, and it's funny to hear Jennifer Macaron talk about how the Liberals are the great defenders of school boards, because they did actually table a bill to get rid of them and get rid of school board elections and then backed away from it. The CAQ wants to abolish school boards, replace them with service centers. They think they can save some money in bureaucracy. It's not clear. A lot of people saying that they probably are constitutionally protected. We could go on for hours and it would be deadly dull, but we used to have confessional school boards based on religion, then we switched to linguistic school boards. That took a constitutional change. That school boards, one of many policies that we could get into with the CAQ.
All right. We're going to talk more about policies. There's a lot to unpack there, but I want to go back to Sean for a few more interesting races.
Tight races. Sherbrooke is one we're going to start off with. Well, Québec Solidaire is projected to win the riding of Sherbrooke. Christine Labrie, a professor at the University of Sherbrooke, winning tonight, fending off Luc Fortin, outgoing families minister. Soulanges elected Marilyn Picard. This would be considered an upset. Marilyn Picard, as I told you, lobbied Lucie Charlebois for more services for her disabled daughter, got those services, ran against her, and won. Ungava, this is a riding that has typically low voter turnout. It went Liberal last time after being a Parti québécois stronghold. It looks like it's going back to the Parti québécois, although the lead is just 14 votes. Verchères, Suzanne Dansereau beating incumbent Stéphane Bergeron. Suzanne Dansereau is is the former mayor of Contrecoeur. She's running in the riding of Verchères, and it looks like she is on her way to win that riding tonight.
All right, thank you very much, Sean. I want to get back to policies. We were just talking about school boards. What other policies do you think, what do you think François Legault's first move will be?
Well, at first move, it's hard to say. Marguerite Blais was talking there about a policy on an aging population. He said that we need to move away from the CHSLDs, which are long-term care facilities, where, it came up over and over during the campaign. No one really wants to end up. They're hospital settings. He's also said that he's going to create spaces in daycare by offering pre-K for kindergarten for 4-year-olds, and that will liberate 50,000 spaces in daycare. I think you cannot ignore the fact that the Liberals tampered with daycare. The PQ brought that in, the $5 a day daycare, which ended up at $7, and the Liberals then said, let's have a sliding scale. Let's bring it up. If a family income is above a certain amount, you'll end up paying more. And it went from $7 to sometimes, in some cases, $20. And not only did you didn't get a bill right away. When your taxes came, you got dinged for the entire amount. And, a lot of economists have said that daycare is a feminist issue. It allows Quebec to have one of the highest rates of participation in the workforce of mothers. So to hit mothers that way, I think may have helped. It wasn't something that came up much in the campaign, but that all those families with young children saw that bill. So François Legault is saying that he would bring it back to a flat rate scale, $7 or $8. That may have won him a lot of votes in the suburbs. We're also looking, if you were thinking about smoking marijuana in 2 weeks when it becomes
very
legal,
soon, yeah.
The CAQ's policies, it shouldn't be legal for people until they're 21. Now, I do not know how they expect to pass a law in 2 weeks when they haven't formed a government, because if that is the case, it becomes
tricky,
legal. Yeah, and then you revoke it. And another question is the Anglo Secretariat, something created by the Liberals during the debate. François Legault was asked whether or not he would maintain it, and he was saying, at first he sort of said yes, and then when he was questioned a little further, he said, I'm going to evaluate it, I'll see how it's working. If it's working, I'll keep it.
All right, and in terms of the Anglophone vote, François Legault had said at the beginning of the campaign, free yourself of the Liberals, come join me. They didn't. And there's evidence of that tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing that the Liberals are underperforming among Francophones. It doesn't seem they did that among non-Francophones. If you look at Darcy McGee, they're still at 77% of the vote. Robert Baldwin, 74%. Jacques Cartier, 72%. And the CAQ, somewhere between 6 and 12% in those ridings. So clearly, a lot of Anglophones still stayed with the Liberal Party. They did not free themselves and go to the CAQ as François Legault was hoping.
All right, we've still got more results coming in, and you've got some Quebec Solidaire wins.
That's right. We're going to look at the places that Quebec Solidaire, they more than tripled their seat count. One of them being Jean Lesage Solzanetti, a former leader of Option Nationale, beating out the CAQ candidate. And Gertrude Bourdon, a star candidate for the Liberals, had a rocky start when she entered politics and was hoping to take that riding. Laurier Dorion in Park Extension in Montreal, Andres Fontecilla winning that riding. The third time is the charm for him, beating out the Liberal candidate in that riding. We're also looking at Rouyn-Noranda, Témiscamingue, a little bit more of a lead for Émilie Lessard-Terrien. This is one riding that the Quebec Solidaire Party wanted to win outside of Montreal. It seems like they were successful, of course, Jean Lesage and Taschereau being the other two ridings, and Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Sean. I guess in terms of Quebec Solidaire and the Parti Québécois, one of the conversations we were having throughout the campaign was who would hold the balance of power. That's no longer an issue.
Scratch that off.
But it does sort of beg the question about what kind of power Quebec Solidaire and the PQ will have in the National Assembly with so few representatives. What will be their role?
Yeah, that is a really good question, because neither of them has official party status at this point.
Quebec Solidaire is used to that, at least. So at least they know how to operate.
They know what
in
they're
that.
doing.
For the Parti Québécois, losing all those resources and speaking time in the National Assembly is going to be something new.
And the Liberals will be in a bit of disarray.
Yeah.
So, the other issue that it brings up is electoral reform. Because the CAQ is on the record saying they want to see that.
When you get a majority like that, are you still going to go through with it?
You get a massive majority with, what are they at, 38,
38, 39. So that means that if they go forward and do this, that François Legault will have to tell about 30 of his MNAs that you will not get reelected in the next election.
Yeah.
That is going to be a hard sell. So we'll see if François Legault will not do what he said he would do, which was do like Justin Trudeau did, promise to enact electoral reform in the campaign, and then once you win the majority,
Say there's no consensus,
it's not as much
it's
of a
not going to work
priority
out,
anymore.
nobody agrees, yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how that plays out, but certainly support there from QS and the PQ, not that they need it, right? All right, let's go over to Sean now and take a look at some of the folks that could end up in a CAQ cabinet.
Yeah, as Marguerite Blais says, it is François Legault's prerogative, but let's look at some of the people who were elected tonight. We have La Prairie, Christian Dubé actually jumped in towards the beginning of the campaign. He wasn't there off the start, but he is there now, and he is on his way to the National Assembly. Sanguinet, Daniel McCann, the former head of Montreal Public Health, running in Sanguinet on the South Shore, could be health minister, that we know. Marguerite Blais, who we spoke to earlier this evening, could be minister for seniors again, but under a CAQ government. That's a post she held in the Liberal government when she was a Liberal MNA and cabinet minister. And Geneviève Guilbeault and Louis Hébert in the Quebec City area, she could be in cabinet as well. As we told you earlier in the evening, she won this seat in a by-election last year by a landslide, and that was a sign of things to come for the Coalition Avenir Québec, and of course, we're seeing the results of that tonight.
Thank you, Sean. Back to Kate McKenna now in Montreal at Liberal headquarters with the newly elected Enrico Ciccone.
Yes, that's right. I'm here with Enrico Ciccone, rather, newly elected in Marquette. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling good. Mixed emotions right now. You know, it was a great 40 days. We worked hard. But of course, you know, you want to see your party win also. But, you know, my background as a sports hockey player, you score a hat trick, but your team is lost. It's a little bit tough to take, but we'll go in the National Assembly and we'll kick some butt, that's all.
Very interesting metaphor. Your campaign started on a bit of a rough start with François Ouimet, the former incumbent, who says he was forced out of that riding. Did that have an effect on your campaign?
Well, you know what? It was a rough start. You know, I realized right away that I had to win everybody one by one, and the game plan was to go out as much as possible and to meet everybody in the riding. You know, at first, people for maybe the first 10 to 2 weeks, people were talking about that situation. Were asking me about Mr. Ouimet. You know, they were a little bit mad, but nobody was mad at me though. You know, so I felt like I was doing something good. So, but you know, time went on, and they liked what they saw, and they voted for me, and I just want to thank them because they were the reason why I came into politics. I wanted to help people, and they gave me their trust and to make me their representative in the National Assembly in Quebec.
Have you talked to Mr. Ouimet? Do you have a relationship?
I have sent him a couple text message. He has sent me a message check saying that he will help me in the transition and to see what was important when he was there, to transfer everything. So that I appreciate it a lot. That shows Mr. Ouimet being a good person.
And what are your plans for the riding?
Well, you know, of course, you know, we were talking about the transportation. In Lachine and in Dorval, it's the most important thing. You know, people are stuck in traffic every morning. We know the REM is starting to be built. We want to bring the REM. We want a rail to bring the rail to the intermodal place there. And then we want to take the Pink Line also with the metro station. This is very important. I know Mr. Legault didn't believe in it, but we will still push it. We believe it's a good thing for the people in the riding, and we will still push it. And of course, being a sports person myself, the sports center in Lachine is in. We need that. We need some schools also. So, you know, as we go on, we'll get things done.
All right, a lot on the agenda. Thank you very much. That's Enrico Ciccone, the newly elected MNA in Marquette.
Thank you very much, Kate McKenna. You can see Manon Massé there now, making her way through the crowd with a bouquet of orange flowers, which seems appropriate. As she makes her way through the crowd and Looks very pleased. This is a woman who is very well liked. She is a person who, what you see is what you get. Very authentic. She wasn't so well known to the Anglophone community when she started this campaign, but I'm pretty certain at this point now her name is well known. She was born in Windsor in the Eastern Townships, grew up in Boucherville. She came from a working class family. Her parents were factory workers. She had, at that time, a close connection with Catholicism. She is from the LGBT community, and when she was young, she says she used to get bullied because she was always told that she was somebody who should go and hang out with the boys because she was a tomboy at the time. She said that at the time, Catholicism really sat with her because she considered a part of Catholicism, a part of theology that she really connected with was working with the community, working with people in the community, and that's what she wanted to do, and that's why she thought at one time she wanted to be a priest until she realized that no, as a woman she couldn't be that. But she did study theology, and then she left, and she went to work out in the community, and she worked as an advocate, as an activist, worked very hard before meeting up with Quebec Solidaire and then deciding that that was her place, that politics was the place where she could make a difference, where she could connect with people, and that's what she's done this election with Quebec Solidaire managing to win 10 seats. It's quite a remarkable night for Quebec Solidaire. When she took over the reins, people didn't think that she could perhaps achieve what her two spokespeople did before her, but she's certainly come a long way and has managed to do quite something remarkable tonight. So let's listen in for just a second while she makes her way through that crowd and just absorb a little bit of the moment. Why don't we go now out to Sudha Krishnan, who is there in the room. Sudha, I'm curious to get your vantage point from where you're watching as she makes her way through the crowd.
Yeah, it is quite the scene here. In fact, all night, the candidates have been making victory speech after victory speech. I mean, this is a solid victory for Quebec Solidaire, so quite the amazing night. I mean, this room has been filling up and filling up. There have been tears, there have been hugs. It really looks like the Operation Campus paid off, because the biggest thing was whether that support, that surging support that you were going to see was going to translate into seats, and it's looking like it has. So quite the night for Manon Massé. And we're just seeing her make her way through the crowds.
You can really credit a lot of these extra seats to Manon Massé. At the beginning of this campaign, people were saying they could have a good night, maybe win 5, 6. I think the fact that she's winning 10 is really a testament to how good of a campaign she had, the performance in the debates. People just liked her in this campaign.
I was talking to an analyst who last Friday said this may sound crazy, but we're now thinking 7 Quebec Solidaire seats, and look at it now, up to 10.
It is right. Quite remarkable. You're right. When during the debates, it was quite something to watch. While the three men, would have their moments where they'd have these very intense debates about an issue, she'd just sort of sit back and wait until they were finished. At times, rolling her eyes with frustration with them talking over each other. And then, whether it was in French or English, she would make her point. It was never elaborate or intellectual, but it always got to the point. And there she is, raising her fist and just soaking in everything that she's accomplished over these last 39 days.
partout aux quatre coins du Québec. Quand la caravane solidaire a pris la route il y a 40 jours à peu près, on n'était même pas de la partie, on nous excluait déjà des résultats. Soyons bons joueurs, c'est tout simplement parce qu'ils ne vous connaissaient pas. Vous avez fait ce que tout mouvement populaire fait de mieux. Vous avez été à la rencontre des gens, du peuple québécois. Vous leur avez parlé de nos idées, d'idées politiques. Vous leur avez donné espoir. Vous avez éveillé en eux le courage. Vous avez donné au peuple québécois le goût de se remettre en marche.
The desire to get moving again.
Aujourd'hui, mes amis, vous récoltez ce que vous avez semé.
Today, you are cultivating what you sow. Our movement is bigger, stronger, and more resolute than ever. Québec solidaire is not the party simply from the plateau in Montreal.
Québec solidaire is
the party for people who want things to change for real.
To
all those who have just joined us, to all of those who have brazened attacks and labels, and who today voted Québec solidaire, I would like to personally say to you, welcome here. You can count on the biggest team of people working in solidarity that we have ever seen in the entire history of Quebec.
Gabriel,
Catherine, Alex, Andrés, Lupin, Vincent, Sol, Catherine, Emily's. Don't stop. And actually, for all of you who came in second place, you're just letting us know what to do during the next elections. Thank you to all 125 candidates. You brazen lands that were not well known for Québec solidaire. You went to places that people didn't know you, and you worked hard, and we became very, very popular, and I know why. So remember people's faces, remember people's names, because you will see them again, you will hear from them again. These candidates were convicted, were convinced. They worked with the heart. They had new ideas. They brought forth new things. These were out of the ordinary politicians. And you'll be able to count on us. We will always hold each other up. Remember what we did when there were only 3 of us, so imagine us now.
Vous m'avez assez applaudi maintenant, c'est à
You've
mon tour
applauded
de
me
vous parler
enough.
d'amour.
It is now my turn to speak of love with you.
Et ça, je sais bien le faire, vous le
And I
savez.
know how to do that, as you know.
Je veux dire merci
I would
à
like to say
Gabrielle,
thank you
premièrement.
to
Gabrielle
Gabrielle, first and
Nadeau-Dubois.
foremost. Gabrielle Nadeau-Dubois.
Gabrielle, mon partner, mon
Gabrielle,
ami,
my partner,
le
my
meilleur
friend,
co-porte-parole que
the
j'aurais
best
pu jamais imaginer dans ma vie que je pouvais avoir.
Co-representative I could ever imagine having in my life.
Merci à Ghislaine,
Thank you
Paul,
to Ghislaine, Paul,
Gilles.
Frédéric,
Je
Gilles.
vous aime d'un amour profond.
I love you. Deep love.
Je sais que vous êtes là.
I know you're there somewhere.
J'ai un merci tout spécial
A very
à
special
Françoise
bit of
et
thanks
Amir.
to Françoise and Amir.
Merci. Merci Françoise.
Thank you,
Merci
Françoise.
Amir.
Thank you,
Vous
Amir.
avez tellement donné de
You
vous-même
have
pour
given
notre mouvement.
so much of
Depuis plus
yourselves
d'une
to our
décennie,
movement.
vous avez tenu le
For the past
gouvernail
10 years,
solidaire à
you
travers 10
have
ans de
directed us
croissance
through 10 years
ininterrompue.
of continuous growth.
Je veux aussi remercier
I'd also like to
les
thank
gens de Sainte-Marie-Saint-Jacques,
people
les
from
gens du
Sainte-Marie
Tiers-Mont,
Saint-Jacques,
du Centre-Sud.
people from the South Centre portion of Montreal, my
Vous avez
riding,
été les premiers
my
à me faire
constituency.
confiance.
You were
et
the
je suis
first who
vraiment
trusted me,
honoré
and I
de
am
faire un autre
honored
bout de chemin avec
to
vous
be
autres.
able to
Merci
move forward
encore.
again with you. Thank you again.
Un merci profond à
Deep
tous
thanks
ceux et celles qui, à
go to
travers le
all
Québec,
of
ont
you
rendu
who
cette
across
campagne
Quebec
possible. Je
have
pense
made this
aux
campaign
bénévoles,
possible.
aux
I'm thinking
militants,
of
militantes, aux
the
candidats,
volunteers,
candidates,
the
vous qui
supporters,
avez
the candidates.
travaillé sans
You
jamais
all
demander
worked
rien en retour,
without asking
sauf
for
d'élire
anything
du
in return,
monde.
except electing people.
Et vous comprendrez, j'ai un merci
And
tout
you'll
spécial à
understand
mon équipe de Sainte-Marie-Saint-Jacques.
that I have a very
Ces
special bit of
centaines de
thanks
militants et
for my
militantes
team from Sainte Marie Saint Jacques.
Il y en a beaucoup ici,
This
je
group of
pense,
supporters, I think a lot of you are
qui
here
ont
in the room,
travaillé
worked
malgré mon absence
hard
répétée parce que j'étais
despite my
co-porte-parole,
repeated
ont travaillé
absences
sans
because
relâche
I
pour me
was
faire
a
élire à nouveau
co-spokesperson.
dans ce
They worked
magnifique coin de
constantly
pays
to
qu'est le monde
elect me
du
again
tiers-monde. Je
in this
remercie
beautiful
du fond
portion
du
of the
cœur
world,
mon équipe
the
électorale
world of
et tout
pride.
particulièrement notre
Thanks
chef
to my
Marie
electoral
Noël,
team,
qui a su
thanks
relever le
to
défi.
Marie-Noël, who was able to rise to the challenge.
Depuis, moi aussi je vous aime.
I love you as well.
Depuis 39 jours,
For the past
nous avons le
39
grand
days,
privilège
we have had the
d'assister à un
privilege
exercice démocratique
of
pas toujours
attending
beau,
a
mais
democratic
toujours essentiel.
exercise. It wasn't always pretty,
Je veux
but it was
saluer tout
fundamentally
d'abord Philippe Couillard et
essential.
les libéraux.
I'd like to salute
Même
Philippe
si nous
Couillard and the
avons
Liberals.
beaucoup de choses
Even
à
if
leur
we have a
reprocher,
lot of
le
things
service
that we
public
want
est
to
une
say to them,
tâche éprouvante,
public service
et je peux
is
vous
a
dire que M. Couillard
trying
a mené une
game.
campagne
And Mr.
respectueuse, et je lui en
Couillard
remercie.
did lead a respectful campaign, and I thank him for that.
Je veux aussi saluer Jean-François
I
Lisée
would
et
also
son
like
équipe.
to salute Jean-François Lisée
On a
and his
un
team.
projet commun.
We have a common
Il faut
project.
sortir ce projet-là du placard.
This project
le
needs to come
dépoussiérer,
out of the
l'ancrer à
closet.
nouveau dans
We
les
need to dust it off,
préoccupations quotidiennes des
and we
gens.
need to
Il
anchor
faut
it
que la
in daily
souveraineté
concerns.
redevienne
Sovereignty
synonyme
needs to become synonymous with
Il faut que la souveraineté redevienne
Sovereignty
synonyme
needs to
d'ouverture et
become
de
synonymous
solidarité.
with openness, solidarity,
Et vous le savez comme moi,
And you know
il faut
as I
qu'elle
do
redevienne la souveraineté un projet de
that
société.
sovereignty needs to re-become a social project, a societal project.
Alors, dès demain matin,
So,
je reprendrai le bâton de pèlerin.
As of tomorrow morning,
Pour nos agriculteurs, agricultrices,
I will pick up the
largués par
pilgrim
Ottawa tard
stick.
hier soir,
Farmers set aside by the federal government last night,
largués par Ottawa
set
tard
aside
hier
by
soir,
Ottawa
au nom
late
de
last
l'industrie
night
automobile de
in the
l'Ontario.
name of the
Pour nos
Ontario
jeunes,
automobile industry.
pour nos jeunes qui
For our young
grandiront sous
people
l'épée de
who will
Damoclès
grow
du seul intérêt national
under
du Canada,
the
le
only
pétrole.
national interest in Canada, oil.
Bien sûr, les élections vont et viennent,
Yes.
mais une idée,
Elections
elle,
come and
ne
go,
meurt jamais.
but one idea
Une
never
idée,
dies.
elle se réinvente.
And
Notre
that is the
projet
idea
renoue avec
that is
les premiers peuples qui
completely
partagent notre territoire.
being born again. And that is working jointly with Indigenous people with whom we share this land.
Et ce soir, je vous annonce
This
d'entrée de
evening,
jeu
I would like
que
to
je vais
announce
continuer
that
à
I will
garder le
continue
dossier des Autochtones
to
parce que je
maintain
trouve
the
ça
Indigenous
majeur.
file alive because it is a fundamental value.
Je ne sais pas pourquoi, mais moi, négocier
I'm
de
not sure
nation en
why,
nation, ça me fait
but
pas
me
peur.
negotiating between nations doesn't scare me.
Alors notre projet, notre beau projet,
So our
se
project,
tourne
this
vers
wonderful
l'avenir, sans
project,
perdre de
is to
vue
face
ni
the
ses
future
objectifs du début,
without losing
ni ses
sight of
principes
any
du
goals
début,
from the
ni ses
beginning
rêves
or
du
principles
début. Les
or
repères qui
dreams
nous
from the
guideront
beginning.
demain sont
These are
ceux qui nous
signposts
guident
that will
depuis le
guide
début
us. They have
vers
been
un pays
guiding us
juste,
from the beginning, and they will guide us towards a free, fair nation.
Alors, la démocratie nous amène un gouvernement caquiste, donc
Democracy
j'ai téléphoné
has brought us a
François Legault.
CAQ government.
François
I
Legault
called
tout à
François
l'heure.
Legault just earlier.
Je l'ai félicité
I
en mon nom et
congratulated
au nom de
him
Québec solidaire.
on
C'est la
behalf of
volonté du
Québec
peuple.
Solidaire. It is
Et
the people's
comme
will.
dit toujours François,
And as François
on
always
verra,
says,
on verra.
we'll see, we'll see.
Monsieur Legault,
Mr. Legault,
vous portez sur vos épaules
on
une
your
lourde
shoulders,
responsabilité face à
you
l'histoire.
have lots of
Même si vous
responsibility,
l'avez balayé
historic
du revers de la
responsibility.
main en campagne,
Even if you
la
push it
transition
aside during the
énergétique et
campaign,
écologique est trop
the
importante,
ecological
trop
and
urgente
energy
pour attendre
transition
une autre
is too
élection.
important. It cannot wait for another election.
La priorité de toutes les priorités
priority
de notre
above all
opposition
priorities
sera de vous faire entendre
in our
raison.
situation is to have you hear reason.
On vous l'a dit toute la campagne, Monsieur
We told
Legault,
you
en
this
matière
throughout the entire
d'environnement.
campaign.
C'est maintenant
When it comes
ou
to the
jamais.
environment,
Et
it
les
is now or
solidaires,
never.
on le sait où on
And
loge.
Québec Solidaire, we know exactly where we stand.
Alors, le Québec a accumulé trop de
Quebec
retard en
has
santé, en
accumulated
éducation.
far too
Nos
much
travailleurs et nos
delay.
travailleuses ont
Health and
assez
education,
attendu
our
pour
workers
que
have
leurs
waited
conditions de vie
enough for
s'améliorent.
their
Là aussi,
conditions to
on
improve.
va former une
There as
opposition
well, we will
constructive
form a
avec l'ensemble des
constructive
députés
opposition
solidaires élus
with
ce
all
soir,
of the Quebec
prêts à
Solidaire
travailler, bien sûr, avec vous
MNAs
et avec les
elected
autres
this evening.
partis,
We
mais
are ready to
seulement
work with
pour
you and
changer
other
les
parties,
choses.
but
Mais
only
je
to
vous
change
mets en
things.
garde.
However, a warning.
Si vous cédez comme
If
les
you
autres l'ont
cede like
toujours fait
others
avant
have
vous,
always
aux
done
pressions
before
du
you,
pouvoir de l'argent
and
et
you
du lobby,
cede
eh bien, vous allez
to the
nous
pressures
trouver sur
of money
votre
and
chemin.
lobbies, you will find us in your way.
Monsieur Legault, Monsieur Legault.
Mr. Legault.
J'ai encore à parler à Monsieur Legault.
Mr.
excusez-moi.
Legault, I still have to speak to Mr. Legault.
Monsieur
Please
Legault,
give me a minute.
demain,
Mr. Legault,
vous avez peut-être tous les pouvoirs.
tomorrow you may
Mais
have
rappelez-vous
all the power.
qu'à cause du mode de
But
scrutin,
remember
vous n'avez qu'une
that
minorité
because
des
of
voix
the electoral
des Québécois
votes,
et des
you only have a
Québécoises.
minority
Alors
of
maintenant,
voices
il faut
belonging to
travailler pour la
Quebecers.
majorité.
So you now need to work for the majority.
La société civile et Québec solidaire
Civil
ont
society
gagné
and
l'appui
Québec
des
solidaire
partis d'opposition.
won the support
Nous n'avons pas ce soir
of the population
le résultat que nous espérions.
because of the election.
Nous nous sommes lancés dans ce marathon
We're
électoral
just breaking in now
avec un
from Manon
programme à la
Massé's
fois
speech. As you can
ambitieux
well
et
see,
concret.
François Liseau
Une
has begun his
détermination
speech.
sans borne
Let's listen in.
à faire progresser les
Its
régions du Québec, à
determination
soutenir
to have
les
Quebec
familles du
regions
Québec, à
grow,
défendre l'environnement du
supporting
Québec, à ériger
families,
ici
the
un Québec plus
environment,
équitable, plus français,
establishing a Quebec that's
Québec
more
libre.
equitable, more French, freer.
Nous l'avons fait avec
We
rigueur
have done that
et avec bonne humeur.
rigorously
Nous
and
l'avons fait
in
avec une
a
formidable équipe
spirit
de
of good mood.
candidats, un nombre record de
With a number
candidats.
of candidates, we have
nombre
created
record de
a
jeunes.
record number of
Et nous
candidates,
avons
young
innové
candidates.
en menant
We
cette
innovated
campagne en tandem.
and we
vice-chef
moved
qui est en
forward
route de Joliette
in tandem.
Se joindre à nous, Véronique Yvon, que je
Véronique
salue
Yvon
avec moi.
is on the road, but we will salute her. Please join me in saluting her.
Au moment de lancer sur les chemins notre magnifique autobus,
When we
nous
put our
savions
bus
que
on
le
the
terrain
roads,
ne nous était pas
we
favorable.
knew
J'ai cherché
that
longtemps la comparaison qui
things weren't
rendrait
going to be
justice
favorable.
au défi
I was
que
trying
nous
to
avions devant nous.
find ways
Les
of
Québécois
addressing
souhaitaient massivement
what we
tourner la
were
page
trying
sur
to
les années
discuss.
libérales, ce qui était excellent.
People wanted to turn the
Ils avaient
page
identifié
on the
depuis un
years
an
of
un
liberal
instrument de
governments,
changement
which was
possible.
great, but they
La
identified
Coalition
Coalition
Avenir Québec de François Legault, dont le
Avenir
principal
Québec
argument
from François
était
Legault
qu'il n'avait
as their
jamais
tool
gouverné.
for change, the main
Nous
argument
avons
being
donc
he's never
misé
governed.
notre
And so
campagne
we targeted
sur notre
our
argument le
campaign
plus fort,
on our
la
strongest
crédibilité.
argument. Credibility.
démontrer que
We
nous
wanted to
étions le
show
changement
that we
crédible.
were the
Nous
credible
avons, à
change
mon
that
avis,
people wanted.
passé les tests
And in
de
my
crédibilité.
opinion, we passed
Sérieusement.
all tests of credibility in a very serious way.
Cependant,
This
la
said,
volonté populaire de choisir la
popular
CAQ
will
pour s'assurer
to select the
de
key
déloger les libéraux
CAQ
était plus forte que tout.
to be able to remove the liberals was stronger than anything else. It was a strong,
Et j'en viens à ma
irresistible
comparaison
wind of
qui m'a
change.
trotté dans la tête pendant toute la campagne.
People
Pour l'emporter,
kept an eye on the campaign.
il nous fallait remonter les chutes
For
du
us to
Niagara
win,
à la rame.
we had to row back up
Et nous avons
Niagara
ramé, mes
Falls.
amis.
And
Nous
we
avons ramé
rode,
à nous
dear
en
friends.
arracher la
We
peau des mains.
rode until
vous
our
l'avez dit en
hands
début de
had
campagne.
blisters.
Les
We said this
péquistes
at the beginning of the
sont comme les
campaign.
dentistes.
The
Ils en
PQ
arrachent, mais
were
c'est pour
like
votre bien.
dentists. We pull things out, but it's for your own good.
Nous avons fait face à une seconde
We
difficulté
faced a second
unique dans
challenge.
l'histoire politique
It was a
du
unique
Québec.
challenge in
Alors que
Quebec's
nous
political
ramions
history.
pour remonter
As we were
avec quelques
attempting
succès,
to climb back
d'autres
up,
travaillaient
as we
dans
were
nos
rowing,
circonscriptions
others were working
pour nous
in
arracher des
our
rames.
constituencies to rip out
Je
of
voudrais
our
saluer
hands
ce soir
our oars.
l'engagement
This
en
evening, I
politique
wanted
de
to
centaines
salute
de milliers de
the
jeunes,
commitment of
ceux qui ont
hundreds
voté
of
Parti
thousands
québécois,
of
et je
young
vous vois
people,
dans la salle,
those who voted
et ceux
PQ, and I
nombreux
see you in the room,
qui ont voté
and
Québec
those
solidaire.
who voted Quebec
Lorsqu'on
Solidaire.
finira de calculer les votes,
At the
on
end
se
of
rendra
the
compte
vote
qu'on
calculation,
assiste
we will
à
realize
l'irruption d'une
that
nouvelle
we
génération de
are
souverainistes
witnessing
au
a
PQ
whole new
et à QS
generation
qui
of sovereignists
additionné
for QS and PQ, who will then be directing Quebec towards independence.
Alors vous le savez, j'avais espéré.
You know
J'avais espéré il y a 2 ans,
that 2 years ago,
à l'avance.
I hoped.
Je le voyais, je le
I
visualisais.
hoped in advance. I saw it. I was
engouement nouveau de la
visualizing
jeunesse
this
autour du PQ et de
new
Québec
rise
solidaire, et
of
je
young
proposais
people around
que nos
PQ
deux
and around
partis
Québec Solidaire, and
additionnent
I
leurs forces.
proposed that our
Notre
parties
offre était
come
sincère.
together. Our
Si le
offer was
Congrès de
sincere.
QS avait
And
accepté
if
notre main
the
tendue,
QS Congress
il y a fort à
had
parier
accepted our
que
hand,
l'élection de ce soir
chances
offrirait
are
un tout
that
autre
this
résultat.
evening's election would have given
L'intense
other
activité militante
results.
que nous avons dû concentrer
The supporter
pour nous
activity
battre
that we had
dans
to
nos
bring
propres
together to
comtés.
fight in our
Nous les
own
aurions déployés
constituencies,
ensemble
we would have
pour
deployed that
conquérir
all together
d'autres
to be able
circonscriptions
to conquer
et qui sait,
other
changer
constituencies.
l'issue
And who
du
knows,
scrutin aujourd'hui.
possibly we would have
On ne
changed the
peut pas
results of the
réécrire le
vote
passé,
today.
mais
It's
il faut
impossible
en
to
tirer
rewrite
des
the past,
leçons
but we
pour
do need
l'avenir.
to learn
Pour
for the
l'heure,
future.
le peuple a parlé. La CAQ
The people
a gagné.
have spoken. The
J'ai appelé tout à
CAQ
l'heure
won.
François Legault
A little earlier,
pour le
I called
féliciter,
François Legault to
lui et son
congratulate him
pour
and
cette
his
victoire
team
décisive.
on this decisive
Et j'ai
victory.
dit à François,
And I said to François,
la CAQ s'est souvent plainte
the CAQ
de se faire voler ses
often
idées
complained that their
par le
ideas
parti
were
gouvernement.
being stolen
Eh bien,
by
nous, c'est
the
le
governing
contraire.
party. Well, for us,
Je
it's been the
t'invite,
opposite.
François,
I said,
toi
François, I
et tes
invite
futurs
you,
ministres, à
you
lire
and
notre
all
programme
future
et
MNAs,
à
I
prendre le maximum
implore
d'idées
you to
possibles.
read our program and to put in place as many of those ideas as you possibly can.
Il n'a pas dit non.
He didn't say
Il n'a
no.
pas dit non.
He didn't say no.
Je dis, regarde surtout le bout sur l'environnement.
I said, look at the paragraph on the environment,
et
the
face
section
à
on the
l'entente
environment.
honteuse conclue hier entre Justin Trudeau et Donald Trump.
Following the
Monsieur le
shameful
Premier ministre
agreement
désigné
concluded
François
between
Legault,
Trudeau and
le
Trump
Parti
yesterday,
québécois sera au
the
rendez-vous de
PQ
l'unité du
will
Québec
be
pour faire front
on the stage
à
of
cette
unity
épreuve.
to be able to face this new widespread upcoming challenge.
Je veux aussi saluer
I would also
Philippe Couillard
like
et
to
Manon
salute
Massé pour leur victoire
Philippe
respective.
Couillard
Ma
and
plus
Manon
grande tristesse ce
Massé
soir,
for their
c'est de
respective
voir
victories.
l'Assemblée
My
nationale
greatest
privée,
sadness
à
tonight
partir de demain,
is to
de femmes et
see
d'hommes de grand talent que
the
j'ai eu le
National
privilège de
Assembly
côtoyer au sein du caucus du Parti
devoid
québécois
of
et de
great
connaître
women
comme
and men
candidates et
that I
candidats
have known
pendant cette campagne.
and candidates that
Écoutez-moi
I
bien.
have met
Les
throughout this
125.
campaign. Listen to
Le
me.
verdict de l'électorat ne
125.
porte pas sur votre talent,
The constituents'
votre
verdict
dévouement
does
ou
not
votre amour du
comment
Québec.
on your talent,
Vous avez
your
été
work,
emporté
and
par
your
une
love for
vague.
Quebec.
Et
You
lorsque la
were
vague
moved
se
forward by a
retirera,
wave,
vous serez
and as the
toujours
wave
là,
withdraws,
debout
you
et
will still be
vaillant
there,
comme,
standing
comme des
and
Québécoises et des
vigilant
Québécois.
like Quebecers.
Je veux remercier tous nos travailleurs de
I would
l'ombre,
like to thank
toute l'équipe
all
avec
of
moi
those
dans
who worked
l'autobus
in the
du Fédéric,
shadows,
ou
people
à
on
la
the psychedelic
permanence, à la
bus,
recherche, aux relations
people
de
who
presse,
worked
aux
at the
communications,
office,
aux réseaux
with the
sociaux,
press,
aux tournées,
with
à
social media,
l'organisation, au
people
soutien, à
who
l'accueil.
supported
Notre monde qui venait
those
jour après
coming,
jour faire des
calling,
appels,
people
comme
who
celles et
called on a
ceux
regular
qui sillonnaient le
basis,
Québec. Mille fois
those
merci.
who called
France
residents
Amiot,
of Quebec.
fut la force
Thank you.
tranquille
France Amiot,
derrière tout ce que nous
who
avons
was
accompli
the quiet
et tout ce
strength
que nous
behind
voulions accomplir.
everything we accomplished and
Sylvie,
everything we
mon
wanted to
amoureuse,
accomplish.
qui a
Sylvie,
introduit dans le
my
petit
spouse,
histoire politique du
who
Québec la
introduced
légende des smoothies
to Quebec this legend
et
of
dont la
the smoothie,
présence est la vraie
and whose
source de mon
presence
énergie.
is the true source of all of my energy.
Je salue surtout les 80
I'd
000
like to
membres du
salute
Parti québécois,
the 80,000
ces dizaines
members
de milliers de
of the PQ,
militants dans toutes les
these
circonscriptions qui
tens
avaient
of
consacré
thousands of supporters
énergie
who
pour nos
devoted
candidats,
so much
pour notre
time
cause.
to our
On
candidates
voulait davantage,
and for our cause.
mais tout ce qu'on a eu, c'est grâce
Everything that we have managed to achieve over the past little while is thanks to you, all of our supporters. A different kind of wave hit Rosemont, my constituency. I'd like to thank citizens from Rosemont who trusted me for the past 6 years, thus offering to me some of the best years of my life. Thank you to Jean-Pierre Sylvain, Mireille Arvizet, and everyone else. The Rosemont verdict also brings to an end the best job I've ever had, that of being the leader of the PQ. I will be at your sides for all upcoming battles, always. I take my share of responsibility in today's results. But I like to believe as well. I also like to believe that the party, its members, its organization, its funding, its program, its energy speak volumes about the common work that we have done over the years. 50 years ago today, a great party was born. This party, our party, your party, the Parti Québécois, gave so much to Quebec. And honestly, it wants to continue to give even more. 5 times we have had the opportunity of being the government for Quebec. And Bill 101, at the end of the nuclear age, allowed us to use this privilege for all people in this country. Tonight is a shock, yes. But we stand high, straight, because Quebec still needs the Parti Québécois.
Tant et aussi longtemps qu'il y aura des combats à mener.
As long as there are fights that need to be led for justice, equity, the environment, secularism, and French, Quebec will need the Parti Québécois. As long as Quebec is not a country, Quebec will need the Parti Québécois. Thank you.
And so that was Jean-François Lisée making quite a speech there. Most prominently, he is leaving politics. He is leaving the Parti Québécois. He says that the verdict in Rosemont has sealed his fate and that he will no longer be the leader of the Parti Québécois. He had a lot to say about sovereignty and the alliance that he had wanted to form with Québec Solidaire, and said, imagine what could have been had these two parties actually merged and run together. At the same time, I want to let you know that we're now projecting that the Parti Québécois is losing party status. So it's been a horrible night for the Parti Québécois, a very bad night for Jean-François Lisée.
Yeah, and you know, what he was saying about if the two parties had merged, it would be a different thing. When you look at the numbers, and I'm sure Eric can get into more detail about this, together they didn't add up to that much.
Right.
And together the seats don't add up to that much. It's not as though they would have formed government or even, well, not even official opposition if they had gone together. And both of them, Québec Solidaire and the Parti Québécois, saying, you know, Quebec needs to be sovereign. Just look at what happened with the free trade agreement, the new U.S., Mexico, Canada agreement, and how Quebec's supply management dairy industry was sacrificed for Ontario's auto industry. It's one thing they can hold up and say, listen, you know, this is why we need to be sovereign. But the problem is, if you're sovereign, then you're negotiating with Donald Trump as Quebec instead of Canada. It's hard to see how you would have got a better deal as an independent country with 7 million people.
But unlike the Parti québécois, Québec solidaire was campaigning as a sovereignist party.
Yep.
And in the writings of Jean Lesage and Taschereau in Quebec City, their posters said Québec libre. So they were not shying away even in Quebec City. And they did win those 2 seats. So it might be a question of sovereignists who at least want a party that is embracing the idea rather than putting it aside, because then it might raise the question of why vote for a sovereignist party if you're a sovereignist if the party doesn't seem all that keen on it. But clearly, we've seen this in the federal elections as well with the very poor results for the Bloc Québécois, that it's not an issue that is driving people to the polls. And that was the opportunity for the CAQ, and that is why they're doing so well and why the Liberals are doing so poorly, that people who are federalists, who do not want to see that discussion come back, they didn't see any reason to vote Liberal anymore. The fact that they're now under 25% in the popular vote for the Liberals is just astonishing.
And also, I don't know that you can say that all of Quebec Solidaire's voters were voting for them for sovereignty reasons. You know, a lot of them were attracted to their left-wing policies, much in the same way people voted for the Parti québécois in the 1970s, you know, saying that they believed in a lot of these, the more socialist approach. And Quebec does have a strong left wing. So people knew that there was no way Quebec Solidaire was going to form a government. There was no way they were heading toward a referendum. And I think a lot of people on the island of Montreal who voted for them were voting for those policies, not for sovereignty.
You know, Lisée brought up the hundreds of thousands of young people, he says, that voted for Quebec Solidaire and the Parti québécois. So he's implying that there's a younger movement. And, you know, everything that I've read in recent days is that, no, the young movement is not looking to sovereignty. They are looking at more global issues.
And the environment.
And the environment is one of the big ones that they're talking about.
Well, and the irony here is that, you know, Quebec Solidaire probably did so well tonight because of its policies on the environment. Meanwhile, Quebec has voted for a party, the CAQ, which has almost no environmental platform, which is saying, you know, we need to build more highways. We're not closing the door on oil exploration. We don't want to get rid of subsidies for fossil fuels. So, you know, Jean-François Lisée can say, take a page from our playbook, steal any policies you want, fight for the environment, but why would François Legault? I mean, if Quebecers didn't vote for it and if they didn't seem interested in it, what is he going to do about it?
And when we're looking at these numbers now, the PQ is behind the Quebec Solidaire in terms of the number of seats. They're now down to 9. So clearly Quebec Solidaire does have the ability to become the main progressive and sovereignist option in Quebec.
All right, guys, I'm just going to break in because I believe that is François Legault making his way towards the stage. I think I just got a peek of Isabelle Bray behind one of those security agents who will be much more prominent in their lives as days move forward. As we've said throughout this evening, this is a remarkable night for François Legault and the CAQ. This is a party that he founded 7 years ago, and he has been impatiently wanting change. Look, he was a member of the Parti québécois. He was a true blue sovereignist at the time. By the way, back in 1998, he was actually recruited to politics under Lucien Bouchard, but he was recruited by Jean-François Lisée, so certainly a connection there. But over time, as he was the education minister and the health minister, he became disillusioned with sovereignty, and in 2009, because of that disillusionment, he quit politics. Look at him go. He's quite a remarkable man, making his way up to the stage, and he's answering reporters' questions as he moves along, as he makes his way through that throng of people. This was a party that was founded in 2011. He was saying it was time for change. They merged with the ADQ, and then he ran as the leader of the CAQ in 2012 and 2014. And those two elections, there was hope within the party that they could make a breakthrough, that they saw themselves in the polls both times making gains and then falling back once the campaigns started. So there we have it. François Legault, again, making his way through the crowd. And I'm curious to see what Simon is seeing. He's there in the room. Simon Nakanichny, what are you seeing from your vantage point? There's Infoman from Radio-Canada, just talking to him now. I'm sorry, it's not Simon. Of course, it's Ketsi Sene. Fatigue starting to get me forgetting who is with who at this point. But it is Ketsi Sene who's with François Legault. Ketsi, what are you saying at this point?
Well, we see a lot of people around, like volunteers, party faithful, candidates, shaking hands to the new Premier of Quebec, François Legault. He is with his wife, Isabelle Bray. They are married since, 30 years at least. And they have two sons, Victor and Xavier. Legault was with his sons back earlier in the evening. So there is lots of crowd right now, I must say, lots of emotion. He got to his goal. He became the Premier of Quebec. This was the creation of the Coalition Avenir Québec. They made modest gain in 2012 with 19 seats and then 22 seats in 2014. So it took time. Legault, said that it was taking time to finally take power. So it did happen. It did happen tonight. It was a campaign that at some point, mid-campaign, he was losing ground. It was slowing down. He could not answer simple questions on immigration. And you remember, the malaise, it was delicate. It was basic questions. He could not answer questions as well on New Brunswick being the only bilingual province in Canada. So he had to take a step back. He took a step back. He took a day off. He got prepared, and he had really to make a great performance at the debate at TVA, the last debate that was going on after the French debate at Radio-Canada and the English speaker, the English language leaders debate, and then it was all right. Then the campaign went back on track, but I felt that it was kind of hard for him in the last days, making sure that he was not making a mistake. He just gave a big hug to Joëlle Boutin, who lost her election. She was in Jean Talon riding. Sébastien Brou got the riding. We'll see how it's going to go for Mr. Legault. The Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, sent an email, sent a note to congratulate him, to basically tell him that he welcomed him as a new Premier of Quebec. We'll see how it's going to go. So it's a great victory. It's a very great victory, and it's a majority government. I don't think the CQ was expecting to basically win as many seats as they do at this point, 74 seats.
Ketsi, I'm curious to know how large a room you are in right now, because we get a very tight shot of François Legault as he makes his way through the crowd, but maybe you could just describe how many people are there, how large a venue this is, because it's certainly taking him time to make his way through the crowd, giving hugs to everyone as he goes, but this is quite a large crowd here, I would imagine.
It is. There are, I would say, a few hundreds of people. It's not a big room. You know that Quebec region is a very important region. The Quebec City region is very important for the CQ. They've been extremely active over the years to make sure that they could win more seats in Quebec City region. So not all the candidates are here from across Montreal region. You have basically the candidates in the Quebec City region, and you have Party Faithful, and you have the entourage of Mr. Legault. We spoke to Martin Koskinen just at the beginning of this of the program, this election night. So we'll see more and more the entourage of Mr. Legault. They're going to have to work hard. He's going to have to work hard as of now with the transitional team to make sure that he can form a new cabinet and start really to govern as soon as possible. And so things are gonna accelerate, and it's gonna go quick in the next few days, the next few weeks. So basically, it's not a large room, Deborah. It's not a large room. We have about a few hundred. And so we were expecting Mr. Legault to make his speech in Quebec City, since the CQ has been quite present in Quebec City over the years. And so he's making his way to the scene.
And he's right now just hugging Marguerite Blais, of course, who has won her riding of Prévost tonight and could potentially be tapped as seniors minister. She was seniors minister with the Liberals back in the day. She quit with that party not too long ago. Her husband passed away. I'm curious to know what you are looking forward to as you look towards covering this new National Assembly with a new premier, a new party, a whole new ball game, essentially, at the National Assembly for you to cover.
Totally, Deborah. So the next step for me is going to be to observe who will make the cut as MNAs to become ministers, who will be the new team, and what's going to be hard for Mr. Legault is to pick and choose. He's going to have regional representations. He's going to have like women and like a great representation of women and men. And he had 65 women candidates, 60 men candidates. So he's going to have to make wise choices. He has a very strong economic team, financial team. So you probably is going to see Christian Dubé. You're going to see Éric Girard. We haven't seen a lot. The new MNA for the Saint-Jérôme riding is Yuri Chassin. We haven't seen him a lot in this campaign. And we're always asking, where is Yuri Chassin? And we never really got an answer. So we'll get there. We'll get there. We're going to see. You know, it's kind of hard because in the next few days, every MNA, new MNA will say, okay, am I going to, and you're going to have, we see Éric Kerr right now. Éric Kerr is a loyal MNA who was with the ADQ and then is with the CQ. Nathalie Roy was with the CQ from the start. So he's going to have to give some space to those loyal MNAs that are with him from the start with the CQ. So now it's like, who's going to receive the phone call? Who's going to have the chance to have some time with the premier and make his pitch or her pitch to become a member of the cabinet and get ministerial responsibility? So it's like, it's going to be tough for some of the MNAs who don't receive that call or do not have time with Mr. Legault, and they will realize soon that they're not going to be able to make the new cabinet. So that's going to be quite interesting. It's going to be quite interesting to see what will be the orientation of Mr. Legault, what he's going to do first. He spoke a lot about pre-kindergarten, pre-K.
Katsi, they're just making their way up onto the stage, so I think at this point we'll just listen in and take in as the crowd cheers François Legault, who's about ready to make his speech after winning this election.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin.
Merci, David.
Thank you, David.
Merci. Aujourd'hui,
today,
on a marqué l'histoire.
Today we made history.
Aujourd'hui, il y a beaucoup de Québécois qui ont mis de côté
there are a lot of
un
Quebecers
débat qui nous a
who put
divisés
a
depuis
debate
50 ans.
that has been dividing us for
Aujourd'hui, il y a
50
beaucoup de
years
Québécois
aside. Today,
qui ont fait la
a lot of
démonstration
Quebecers
que c'est possible
showed
de faire travailler
us
ensemble des
that we
adversaires
can
d'hier pour travailler
work
pour le
together,
Québec
even
de
if we
demain.
are yesterday's adversaries, in favor of tomorrow's future together.
Donc, on a réussi à rassembler.
We've been able
et c'est
to
dans
bring
cet
people together.
esprit de
And it is
rassemblement
in this
que
spirit of
j'ai
bringing
l'intention
together
de gouverner
that I
pour tous
intend
les
to
Québécois.
govern for all Quebecers, all Quebecers.
J'invite tous les hommes,
I invite
toutes les femmes de
all
bonne
men
volonté
and
à
all
joindre à nous,
women with good
à
faith
mettre
to join
l'épaule
us.
à la roue
Put your noses to the grindstone
faire
to
mieux
do more
pour
and
tous
to do
les
better
Québécois.
for all Quebecers.
Aujourd'hui, les Québécois ont choisi
Today,
l'espoir.
Quebecers chose
L'espoir d'un
hope
gouvernement porteur
The
d'un
hope
changement
for a
positif.
government
Et
carrying positive
équipe,
change.
j'en ai
And
vu
my
plusieurs, ma
team,
merveilleuse
I saw a
équipe.
few of you,
Avec vous
a few of you
oui,
on
on
my
peut
way here.
applaudir.
My marvelous team. Yes, my marvelous, extraordinary team.
Je vous garantis qu'on va
I
tout
guarantee
donner,
that
tout
we
donner ce
will
qu'on
give
a pour
our
répondre à
all.
cet espoir.
We will give everything
Et
that we can
on va
to
le faire
meet
d'abord pour les
this hope.
familles,
And we're going to
pour
do
les
it first and
enfants.
foremost
On va le
for
faire
families
aussi
and for
pour nos
children.
aînés
And we're going to do
qui ont
it for
bâti
our
le
elderly,
Québec moderne.
people who built modern Quebec as we know it today.
On va le faire aussi pour nos
We're going to do it
régions.
for our
Donc,
regions.
on va se donner un gouvernement efficace,
So we are going to create an efficient,
un gouvernement qui a le cœur à la bonne
human-based
place, mais les
government.
deux pieds
A
sur
government whose heart is in the right place
Vous le
with
savez,
both
on a des
feet
défis
firmly planted on the
terre,
soil.
immenses devant nous.
We know that we
Mais
have
on est
huge challenges
capable,
before
nous,
us,
les
but
Québécois,
we,
de relever
as
ces
Quebecers,
défis-là.
we can
Oui, on
rise
est
to those
capable.
challenges. Absolutely,
Oui, on
we
est
can.
capable.
Absolutely, we can.
Chers Québécois, Québécoises,
Dear
je suis
Quebecers,
vraiment honoré
I am
de la
profoundly
confiance
honored
que vous m'avez accordée
by
aujourd'hui.
the trust that you
Je vous
have
ai déjà
shown that
dit
you have in me
que
today.
pour moi, la
I have already
principale
told you
qualité d'un
that
premier
for me, the main quality
c'est
of a
d'aimer
premier
les Québécois.
is to
J'oublierai
love
jamais
Quebecers.
ça.
I will
Jamais.
never forget that. Never.
Je voudrais commencer par remercier les
like to
électeurs de
begin
l'Assomption
by
qui m'ont
thanking
renouvelé
constituents
leur
from
confiance.
l'Assomption
Je
who
voudrais aussi
showed me their trust in me
féliciter,
again. I
je
would
l'ai
like
vu,
to
c'est ça, ça me fait de la
congratulate,
peine.
and I know
Celles et ceux
it's hard.
qui se sont présentés,
Those
qui n'ont pas toujours
who were
gagné.
candidates who didn't always win.
Merci pour votre confiance.
Thank you to
et
you.
toutes
Thank
les
you for your
personnes
trust.
qui ont le courage de se présenter
And thank you
méritent
to
le
all
respect
people
des Québécois. Et
who
j'ai parlé
decide to be
un peu plus
candidates
tôt
even if
à
they
M.
don't win.
Couillard,
They deserve
à
respect.
M. Lisée, à Mme
I spoke
Massé,
to
je les ai
Mr.
félicités pour
Couillard,
leur campagne.
Mr.
Et
Lisée,
je veux rappeler à
Ms.
tout le
Massé. I
monde au
congratulated
Québec
them on their campaigns.
que même si on
And I
est
want to
des
tell
adversaires,
everyone
on
in
n'est pas
Quebec
des
that
ennemis.
even if
Il y a
we are
beaucoup plus de
adversaries, we are
choses
not
qu'on
enemies.
partage que de
We
choses qui
share
nous
much more
divisent. Ça, faut jamais
than things that divide
l'oublier.
us, and we can never forget that. We share much more than what divides us.
Je vois des candidats,
I see
candidates là,
candidates
qui n'ont pas gagné.
who didn't win.
Je vous lève mon chapeau.
Hats off to you.
Vous avez fait honneur à la démocratie,
You
honneur à notre parti.
Honored
Merci.
democracy, and you honored
Merci.
our party, and thank you for that.
Merci.
Thank you for that.
Je veux féliciter les
I would
125
like
élus de toutes les
to
formations
congratulate the
politiques.
125
Bien sûr, en particulier,
elected officials,
la nouvelle équipe de
and in
députés de la
particular,
CAQ.
the new
dit
team of the
bienvenue dans l'équipe
CAQ MNAs.
Changement.
Thank you and welcome to the team.
J'en ai vu plusieurs en m'en venant
I
tantôt, là,
saw
mais je veux aussi
a few of you there
dire
as I was
merci
walking
à
along,
tous
but
les bénévoles
I would
de
also
la
like to
CAQ, là.
thank
Vous y avez cru
all of the
dans
CAQ
certains cas depuis
volunteers.
longtemps, puis vous avez
You
tout donné,
believed in
en
us
particulier dans
in
les
some cases
dernières
for a very long
semaines.
time, and you gave
Je
it
veux
your
vous
all
dire
in the
un
past
gros
few
merci.
weeks. So for that,
Merci
I
aux
thank
bénévoles.
you. Thank you to all volunteers.
Je veux dire un merci spécial
A
à
special
ma famille qui
thanks
m'a
to my
soutenu.
family. My family
Mes
who
deux
supported
gars,
me. My
et
two sons
Isabelle en
and
particulier.
Isabelle in particular.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci. I would like to say a few words to our fellow English-speaking citizens. During this campaign, you've been exposed to a heated debate. The election is over now. Let's start working together for the benefits of all Quebecers. Let's work together to make Quebec stronger within Canada, and I want to assure you that my government will be your government. Mes amis,
Friends,
ce soir, les Québécois ont fait l'histoire.
this evening, Quebecers
Ils ont
made
fait
history.
confiance à un nouveau
They
parti
trusted
pour
a
relancer
new party
le Québec. On a
to
maintenant une
relaunch
grande
Quebec.
responsabilité.
We now have a great
suis
responsibility
certain
on our shoulders, but I am
qu'avec
sure
mon équipe, avec
that
l'aide
with
de
my
tous ceux
team
et toutes
and with
celles
the assistance
à
of
qui
all
je tends la main
those
ce soir,
to whom I reach
on va
out,
bâtir un Québec
we
plus
will build
fort,
a
un
stronger
plus
Quebec,
fier.
a prouder Quebec.
Je termine en vous disant,
I'd like to close by
ce
saying
soir, on va
that this evening
célébrer
we will
la
celebrate
victoire.
this victory.
Après, on va aller se reposer
After
quelques
that,
heures.
we will rest for a
Mais
few
dès
hours.
dès demain,
But tomorrow,
on va se retrousser les manches,
tomorrow
puis on va
we will roll
travailler
up our
pour
sleeves
faire
and
plus,
we will
pour
work
faire
to
mieux,
do more,
pour
to
tous
do
les
better
Québécois.
for all
Merci.
Quebecers. Thank you. Thank you.
And there you are, François Legault, his family, Isabelle. He's bringing everybody up on the stage now. His wife on the stage, Isabelle Bret, his two sons, Xavier and Victor. Quite a speech from François Legault there, saying that Quebecers made a choice. Nathalie Roy skipping onto the stage and into the arms of the next Premier of Quebec. He mentioned that Quebecers decided to put aside that debate that's divided the province for 50 years, half a century or so, that he's here to govern all Quebecers and not just those who voted for him. He spoke in English, and he spoke directly to the English community, reaching out and saying that the English-speaking community is part of Quebec. Let's start working together, he said, working together in Canada, that his government will be your government. So reaching out to the English-speaking community, possibly trying to allay any fears that there have been throughout this election campaign, that François Legault was a closet separatist, that ultimately his true colors may come out after the campaign. Nancy Wood definitely reaching out to the Anglophone community to allay those fears.
Absolutely, and reaching out to everyone, really saying, you know, everyone, let's work together now. We've got a government. Let's all put our shoulder to the wheel. And it is historic. I mean, it really is a huge moment in Quebec politics that we've got a party other than the PQ or the Liberals in power. It's clear that there was a huge desire for change. We saw it in the polls, I think 70% overall. Closer to 80% of Francophones wanted a change. They got it. They obviously felt the economy was in a good place. Quebec was in a strong position to take on something new, and it wasn't that big a risk. I mean, it's a very business-oriented government. There's nothing too radical proposed. Priorities are education, healthcare, the economy. You know, how does that hurt anyone? Interesting that he did not bring up the free trade deal and how one of the first things he was going to do was talk to Ottawa about it. No mention of that.
and no mention there either of immigration.
No.
One of the topics that, of course, did create divisions. And he was, as you mentioned, talking about families and seniors. He talked very eloquently about seniors and how they helped to build Quebec, and that we should be treating them better than we are. And that his heart is in the right place, is what he's saying. It was quite a remarkable speech there on a historic night for François Legault. There are other regions that we're looking at still.
Well, to find the path to this victory for François Legault, a very historic one. Yes, the Greater Montreal area won a lot of seats in Montérégie, Laurentides, and as well on the island of Montreal, Quebec City, of course. But in the rest of the province, in the regions of Quebec, that is really where he won. And if we can look at the vote share from the regions of Quebec, outside of the urban centers, it is just a massive vote for the CAQ, 42%. This is the region of the province that is very predominantly Francophone, and you can see that he really just crushed his other rivals there, both the Liberals and the Parti Québécois, under 20%. Quebec Solidaire at 14, 41 seats. Won in the regions of Quebec for the CAQ, so more than half of their seats, more than half than 74. So if you're looking for why François Legault is Premier, it's because he got that solid vote from the Francophone population in Quebec, which is why he is making those outreaches to the Anglophone community,
right, yeah.
To make sure that there isn't, like you said, any sort of discomfort with the fact that this is a government that was elected by Francophones, because that is what really gave him such a huge victory, such a historic victory.
Possibly even looking forward to the next 4 years. Always looking ahead, our politicians, are they not? All right, let's get a few more results from Sean Henry, the CAQ, where they've done
Yeah, and we're going to look exactly where they made gains. We're going to start with Lac Saint-Jean. This was a PQ riding for a long, long time. Éric Girard winning for the CAQ, beating William Fredette, who was hoping to take over from Alexandre Cloutier when he left politics. Of course, That is not happening. We're also looking at the riding of Beauce Sud. Samuel Poulin going back to the National Assembly, this time as an MNA and not a political attaché, taking this riding from Paul Busque, who won it in a by-election a couple years ago. Gatineau, this is a surprise tonight. Luce Farrell was hoping to take over from outgoing Justice Minister Stéphanie Vallée, a Liberal stronghold that falls tonight to Robert Bussière from the CAQ. And one new riding, Lucie Lecourt takes it for the Coalition Avenir Québec. So there's a bit of everywhere, if you could say. That's the best way to put it, right? They won a bit everywhere, and these are some of the ridings, of course, on the Isle of Montreal, on the east end. Bourget still too close to call, but Pointe-aux-Trembles definitely a win for the Coalition Avenir Québec tonight.
All right, quite something, isn't it? All right, thank you very much, Sean. Let's head back out to Simon Akonechny, who is at PQ headquarters, and I'm curious to see if there are any stragglers left there. Simon.
Not for long. It's really clearing out here as kind of what happened tonight sinks in. And speaking to people here, spoke to Catherine Fournier, who was elected, and Marie Victorin, a young MNA, kind of seen as one of the bright lights of the party. She said there's going to be a lot of soul searching that needs to go on as they deal with this really historic defeat. And I mean, the PQ on the campaign trail was still able to pack a room. A lot of the time, those people were baby boomers and older. There were a few younger people there. But, you know, the PQ says often that they have a strong membership base, they have a strong fundraising base, and a very dedicated membership. But the window for them in some ways is probably closing. And, you know, the Bloc Québécois also has all those things. And I think the PQ right now, there's a sense here that really they need to go back to the drawing board and potentially look at once again uniting with Québec Solidaire. I heard that from several younger people here. They say that that has to happen, but of course how that happens is not really an easy road. You know, remember that it was Québec Solidaire that rebuffed the PQ in those initial meetings, and so where the PQ goes from here in terms of becoming, you know, being still relevant in the sovereignty movement, just watching the images of the difference between that Québec Solidaire room, just packed full of people. They only won one more seat than the PQ, but the energy level was just incredibly different. So definitely going to be a lot of soul searching going on here by the PQ members that are left.
I think you're right. Simon Akonechny, thanks so much. I want to head back to Sarah Levitt, who is with the Liberals in Saint Félicien, and I imagine there is going to be a fair bit of soul-searching within the Liberal Party too, Sarah.
Yeah, Deborah, this was nothing short of a disaster for the Liberals. They went into this campaign with 68 seats. Looks like they have about 32 this time around. You know, they've been in power for most of the last 15 years. And before this campaign started, 21 incumbents from the Liberal Party said they were not running again. Maybe perhaps seeing the writing on the wall there. Now, leader Philippe Couillard is saying that he was re-elected in his riding, but he did say during his speech that he would consider his future over the next few days and decide what he will do next. So what is next for the Liberal Party after an election that just sees them become the opposition party in the National Assembly, and we'll for sure see what happens next in terms of where Philippe Couillard ends up and who, if necessary, takes over for him. Deborah?
All right, thank you, Sarah. I can see that they're packing up, so I'll let you go. We are going to head back to Kate McKenna, who is in Montreal with Liberal headquarters there. I'm wondering whether they're not packing there too, Kate.
Oh, well, they definitely are. They definitely are, but there are a few people left, and I've been speaking with some of them, and as Sarah was saying, the big question is A, what happened, and B, what comes next. So some people mentioning they did expect things to be tight, and then in the end they were not tight. So where exactly did the support go? And then the other question is, who will replace Philippe Couillard if Philippe Couillard decides to step down? Now, I spoke with Dominique Anglade and I spoke with Carlos Leitao, who both told me that they are not interested in the leadership, that they're interested in seeing a next generation of Liberals taking the reins. Some of those Liberals were elected this evening. We think of Greg Kelly, the first person elected, or one of the first people elected for a West Island riding. He might be seen as an up-and-comer in this party, but definitely lots of questions that Liberals are asking of themselves, and certainly it's been a long night for a lot of the people here in the Montreal headquarters.
Kate, thank you very much. Going to now move over to Sudha Krishnan, who is with Quebec Solidaire, and well, they have had an incredible night, Quebec Solidaire. Are they still celebrating, Sudha?
Very much. They're still celebrating. Of course, some people have just left, but they're still mingling around, and just a lot of celebrating, a lot of congratulatory wishes. Vincent Marissal, kind of seen as a star now, the former political columnist, now a politician, and echoing some of the thoughts that Simon Nekonechny was talking about with the PQ campaign, what this really means. Even though sovereignty was not on the table in this election, Manon Massé was talking about sovereignty when news came about the free trade agreement, and that was talked about a lot in the room. But again, she also talked about Indigenous rights. She also talked about the environment and climate change. So again, some of the issues that Nancy was talking about, whether a vote for Quebec Solidaire was really a vote for sovereignty. They don't have party status, but they're quite mobilized, and this is quite the victory for them. They're more than tripled their seat count, so we still have to see what comes next. Can they really push for sovereignty? Is sovereignty really on the table for the public? We don't know, but when you speak to Amir Kadir and everybody else on the ground, they just are sending the message that don't underestimate this party, don't underestimate the people on the ground. They have built something, and they say the fight, or I would say the activism, is far from over.
Sudha, thank you so much. You know, one of the winners of the CAQ tonight is Yann Lafrenière on the island of Montreal. Many Montrealers know him as being a spokesperson for the Montreal police force. Well, he left the force to run in politics, and he ran in the riding of Vachon off the island of Montreal. But people probably know his name most because he was the face that they used to see on their TV screens at night whenever we were talking about police issues. I want to hear now from Yann Lafrenière about this election tonight.
You know, I've been a police officer for many years, been a firefighter, I've been in the military, but I've never been through that kind of stress, to be honest. It's something.
How does that compare?
I don't know. It's quite different because it's not only you. There's a team. I got a wonderful team that have been working with me. I got also different people that have been presenting themselves in different ridings. So, wow, you're happy and you feel that there's a very good team at the CAQ, and tomorrow we'll start working for you.
So when you start working for us, what's one thing you would like to push? But what's on your agenda?
There are numerous things, but first of all, it's to listen to people. This is the kind of campaign that we've done in Vachon. So I'll be listening to the people in Vachon, because to be honest with you, on the South Shore, they've been missing a lot of love. Why that is? Because unfortunately, the elected officials here were not in the right party, I guess. So that's the reason why talking about transport, talking about different issues, there's not a lot that have been done.
Well, it's remarkable to hear him in that situation now as a politician. I've interviewed him, I don't know, hundreds of times probably over the years as a police officer with the Montreal Force. So it will be interesting. But still, he always was very much approachable as being a reporter and talking with Yann. So now saying that once again, he'll be very approachable and there for the people in his own riding. Let's bring in Cathy Senet, who is with CAQ headquarters. That was quite a speech from François Legault tonight. I'm curious to know, you've been talking with people in the room. How are they feeling about his message? Very much a uniting message.
It is. And he said that he spoke with Manon Massé, Philippe Couillard, Jean-François Lisée, he wants to govern for all Quebecers. He said a few words in English. You know, during the campaign, there was this heated debate on immigration, and he said at some point that he had some fears that our grandchildren would not speak French anymore. So basically, he was reassuring English-speaking voters that the CQ is there for them. So even if he said during the campaign that he was basically waiting to get the Anglophone vote, the English-speaking vote until 2022, he's basically saying, well, come to us, we're there for you. So we will see how it's gonna go. Mr. Legault just went, he left the room, and as he's leaving the room, I had this image. It's definitely a new chapter that's starting in Quebec, Deborah. It's a new phase. Legault wanted to leave to basically get some sleep, hours of sleep after this 39 campaign. Remember, he didn't take a day off during the summer because he really wanted to campaign, start canvassing, start sending and repeating this message that the CQ was a team of change. So tomorrow, there will be a news conference sometime in the afternoon. So we'll see what's going to be next, what he's going to say first. So the door is open for the CQ right now. The expectations are really high for this new team, this new party that has become the new government of Quebec. So it's going to be quite interesting to watch, to examine, and to basically keep an eye on the CQ as of now. Is he going to be able to be credible on an environment? What is going to have a figure, like a precise figure about the well-paying job that he wants to see created in Quebec in the next few years? There are lots of things that Legault will have to precise, because canvassing is one thing, governing is another, and he knows that.
Yeah, it was interesting also, Katsi, you brought up, you know, the campaigning over the last 39 days. And of course, that campaign actually started well before that with fixed date elections. The first time we've actually had a fixed date election. These MNAs have been campaigning for almost a year, really. It's been a long road, and he deserves a few hours sleep tonight. So, and so do you, actually. Thank you very much, Ketsi.
I do. Thanks to you.
Let's bring in Sean Henry once again, because you're going to be taking a look at some possible cabinet possibilities.
Possibilities, again, the prerogative of Premier designate François Legault. But we also said, and he said, no more doctors as health minister. So a potential here is Danielle McCann in Sanguinet on the South Shore, winning that riding tonight. We're also looking at Vachon, I believe, is the next riding coming up. We just heard from Yann Lafrenière, Montreal police spokesperson, potentially a cabinet post as Minister of Public Security. Who knows? I want to look at Chapleau as well, because this is a get. The Outaouais, a Liberal stronghold. Mathieu Levesque, a lawyer from Montreal, takes that riding. He is originally from that riding, but has lived in Montreal for a long time. And of course, who can forget Pointe-aux-Trembles on the island of Montreal, the CAQ's breakthrough on the island of Montreal. Chantal Rouleau, very likely to be the minister responsible for Montreal, at least. And there are a lot of hot-button issues on the island of Montreal that François Legault and Valérie Plante don't necessarily see eye to eye on. So we'll see how that all works out.
Sean, thank you. Let's go over to Nancy, because this is really interesting. I just looked over at her map, and that map, when we started out the evening, was quite red. Yeah. Now take a look at it, Nancy.
Well, this is the fun thing with this map, right? So this is the result we have right now, most of them elected or leading. But if we go back to what it looked like before, look at all that red. That was the Liberal majority that has turned into a CAQ majority. And if you want to look at where it happened, really, look into southern Quebec. You can see that the Liberal seats are really limited to the island of Montreal. There's a patch here or there. Look, there's one in Quebec City. There's a little bit in the Outaouais. But really, the Liberals are limited to there, and the CAQ has just won in the regions.
Yeah, it is quite incredible to see that change tonight. Eric, let's talk a little bit about the total vote.
Yeah, right now we are looking that turnout has dropped, which has traditionally been a good thing for incumbents. But when you see these kinds of results, clearly it was not a good result for the incumbent. But turnout was down from about 71% in the last election. We're now just at over 64%. So that is quite low. It's not as low as it was back in 2012 when it dropped down to under 60% of the
But it was
turnout.
interesting because I did hear from people, you know, if turnout is high, that means Quebecers really do want change, so it'll be good for the CAQ. And if turnout is low, they don't want change, so they probably won't vote for CAQ. So we managed to baffle everyone by having a low turnout and voting for change.
And we'll have to see where that turnout also breaks down riding by riding. That might also tell part of the story.
Well, another issue is that there was no major divisive issue here, right?
No.
So that also doesn't bring people out to vote. If there's not something, whether it's sovereignty or federalism or some kind of referendum type question, immigration doesn't seem like it was strong enough. It sort of fizzled out at the end of the campaign, and so perhaps that's another reason why people just stayed at home.
It's a good thing maybe for the Quebec election campaign that this North American Free Trade Amended Agreement happened just really when it was too late to affect the campaign.
But we must also consider how many people might have stayed home for either the Liberals or the PQ, because both of those parties are on track to end up with less than 1 million votes. The last time that's happened for the Parti Québécois was in 1973. You got to go back to the Maurice Duplessis years to find an election where the Liberals took less than 1 million votes. So I wonder how much of this low turnout is people who voted Liberal in the last election who just did not bother to cast a ballot this time.
Okay, quite something. Boy, it's been an interesting 4 hours, hasn't it been? I want to get your, sort of final thoughts on the evening, Sean.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the map behind Nancy and the sea of blue. I'm looking at the isolation of Montreal, the red in the middle, and for the Parti Québécois, the blue off to the end in the eastern part of Quebec. But I want to bring special attention back to Montreal because, as I was saying before, François Legault and Mayor Valérie Plante don't see eye to eye on a lot of mobility projects, namely Valérie Plante's Pink Line. He doesn't see a need for it. So I'm wondering how that dynamic and how that discussion is going to go from there. And none of his transportation projects really affect the center of Montreal or the western part of Montreal. He's proposed a lot for the east end and the north and south shore. So we'll see how those discussions go from there. Lots of questions, of course. We'll be talking to the mayor tomorrow to see what she has to say about all of that.
All right, perfect, Sean. I'd like to go around the table now and get your final thoughts on the evening. It's been a historic night, a remarkable night. Nancy, why don't we start with you?
Well, I wanted to talk a little bit about the PQ. I was watching Tout le monde en parle last night. The Canadiens general manager was on. Everyone wanted to know about hockey. And up popped an ad for the PQ, and it was all Véronique Yvon. The whole ad was Véronique Yvon. And, she really is somebody who, with her medically, medically assisted dying, was able to work with other parties. And I think she may be the person who can work with Québec solidaire and try to consolidate the Parti Québécois and get things moving there. So that's the PQ. I think that Québec solidaire had an amazing night. What that transforms into, whether or not they can get François Legault to listen a little bit on the environment is something. And, Legault, he's got a majority government. It's exactly what he wanted. Now we get to see whether he really is the doer that he says he is. Eric?
Well, there's going to be a lot of change over the next few years. When you see this kind of rupture, this is a kind of election that marks the history of a province. When you see a party that has never governed before coming in, two parties that have traditionally been those governing parties, establishment parties, being wiped off from the map, the Liberals from Francophone Quebec, the Parti Québécois from the map entirely. That requires a lot of change. Québec solidaire, will they be replacing the Parti Québécois? Will the CAQ be starting some kind of new dynasty, or will the Liberals be able to rebuild and become the party that they were before? This is one of those elections where it's possible that in the end we might look at it and be like, this was an aberration, or it could be one of those elections like in 1960, like in 1976, that changes Quebec politics for a long time.
There's a whole generation who doesn't remember the Union Nationale, and they were a dominant force for years. So
we will see François Legault forming a new government, the transition. I'd like to just get your sense on what will be the top priority as he sets up government. What do you think will be the first thing he does when he gets into office?
Well, I don't think it'll be the cannabis legislation, all jokes aside. I think it really will be probably to do with the schools and the elderly. I think that is his passion, really, education. He has said that is what he wants for Quebec. He feels that if he can improve the education system, he can go after those jobs that he says are so important. The $25 to $30 an hour jobs that had Manon Massé saying, what world do you live in where that's your goal? But, you know, he says that the way you do that is through a strong education system, bringing kids in at 4 years into pre-K and then all the way through.
It's interesting, though, for all of these plans that he has for the elderly, let's say, you know, his new plans of new types of homes for elderly people, it's going to cost a lot of money. So, you know, there certainly are great programs, great ideas, but can he actually bring them to fruition?
I think it's about $1 billion, they say, to build these beautiful, sunny, all-window homes for the elderly. So that it's not something you can do immediately. Even the pre-K, how do you suddenly bring in 50,000 kids into the school system? Already we've got portable classrooms, so that's a real challenge.
It's the difference between campaigning as an opposition leader and being the government, having to implement your policies. François Legault has wanted to be the Premier of Quebec for a very long time. He now has a chance. We'll see how he does implementing a lot of these promises.
Well, it certainly was a historic night, wasn't it? We now have a CAQ government with a Premier designate in François Legault. Tomorrow is a new day for Quebec. Change is definitely here. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Across the country, here in Quebec, I'm Deborah Arbeck. Good night, and thank you for watching Quebec Election 2018.
Until the 11th hour.
For almost 14 months, Chrystia Freeland negotiated the new free trade agreement. Tonight, she's sitting down with us to answer the key question. Is there